I'm joining. Mm. Yeah. Recording in progress.
Oh, good morning, honorable members, colleagues, everybody on the platform. Can you all hear me?
Good morning, Chairperson. We can hear you, Chair.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you. Are you feeling rested after a lovely marathon meeting and a whole night's sleep? I had a discussion with my son last night complaining about how long our meeting is, and he says, Mama, but we saw you there with your colleagues. All of you were putting your hands up. I will do my best, so help me God. So what are you complaining about? So I suppose that's where we are. Then I started thinking, Shem, about our poor colleagues from the department and the entities, until I remembered that in their interviews, they were probably asked as well, what are your strengths? And they said, I'm diligent, I'm hardworking, I can work under pressure. So this is really putting all of that to the test. But really just on a lighter note, welcome honorable members. I see that GSMA has joined us as well. Hello, Sis Nomonde. Can I just check with the Secretariat whether we have a quorum to start with our meeting?
Good morning, Chairperson. We have a quorum to start with the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, members. If you could please just put up the agenda for the meeting. Honorable members, today's meeting is not meant to be as hectic and I think as intense as the one that we had yesterday. We scheduled this in the program really to start having, I think, a common conversation around what we understand to be the digital transformation strategy of the country. You will know that from several interactions with the ministers, the deputy minister, the department, we've consistently raised the fact that we need to have very clear direction of where are they seeking to take the sector, where are they taking the industry, where are they taking South Africa as a whole, and what is the blueprint according to which they are working, and that we as the committee should be measuring their work, where we are conducting oversight. And I think a lot of this is driven to a large extent by the fact that there seems to be a piecemeal approach. So there's a problem of connectivity, then everybody rushes, all the entities go, and they're trying to patch here on issues of connectivity. Then there's an issue of no, but connectivity is not only not universal, it's not meaningful. So what does that mean? And you have some interventions that are done there. And then you have an issue of skills, then you have an issue of gadgets. And this is but one component. There's then the component that is supposed to speak to, I think, the digitalization of the state as a whole, that when we're speaking about how do we ensure that the citizen experience is one that is seamless, enabled by technology. What is the work that is being done in that area? CETA is supposed to lead. Is that working? What are the plans? What does it actually look like? And those responses don't seem to be as clear, perhaps to some of us. And then finally, I think the issue of that we have boxed ourselves as a committee to discuss communication technologies, whereas the impact of ICT, when we speak about it in a broader sense and we try and locate it properly, we always say that it is the critical enabler for economic development, which means that it's not just about the communications technologies, whether they be satellite, whether they be fiber, whether they be the issues of digital skills, but how does it integrate into the broader economy? So do we have an eye on the industrialization strategy of the country, the technologies that are going to be required by the economy at a broader level? Where do you fit in issues of quantum computing? Where do you fit in artificial intelligence beyond just issues of communication, but to go all the way into industry as well? So really that was the framing according to which these items were put into the agenda, so that we emerge as a committee, hopefully, with a clearer sense of our digital transformation strategy, the journey that government is trying to take the country to, working obviously with the private sector. A few months ago, we were invited, all of us honorable members, to attend AFRICOM. And one of the side events at AFRICOM was an event that was hosted by GMSA. GMSA, they will introduce themselves, but they had just recently launched a report, amongst many other reports, great work that they're doing around driving digital transformation in the economy of South Africa. And I think that report was part of a broader a study that would have been undertaken on the African continent as well. And I thought that it's important for them to share their insights on what they believe the opportunities are, what the policy reforms are, the role of mobile and so forth. And thereafter, we will then get the department to then speak to us on the Presidential Commission on the 4IR, as well as the progress on the implementation of the Digital Economy Masterplan, both of which I believe are supposed to be foundational documents for this digital transformation strategy of South Africa that we are speaking of. So I think in a nutshell, that's really laying the context for the meeting. And let's then get to it and check if we have any apologies for the day. Secretariat, Hajira.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have apologies for the Minister. And then in terms of members, we have an apology for Ms. Matthijs and Mr. Tambo. Mr. Satori will join us later. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Those apologies are well noted. May I ask that we move for the adoption of the agenda, which is before you. The first item is the presentation by GSMA, followed by the PC4IR report, and then the progress on the implementation of the Digital Economy Masterplan. Could I have a mover for the adoption of the agenda?
I move, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bodlani. May I have a seconder?
I second, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilakazi. I have not been, advantaged with a list of the delegation from GMSA. I happened to see Usis Nomonde on the platform, but could I invite a GMSA to please take the podium? You are welcome. This has been outstanding for a long time. I know that you have a report on universal service and access funds, which I'm hoping that the committee at some point will also be able to interact with and engage. But Ms. Nomonde, if you are leading the delegation, over to you.
A very good morning, Honorable Diko, honorable members who are also joining us this morning. I also note that on the platform, we also have Deputy Minister Mondli Gungubele. I'm not certain if...
Sorry, Sis Nomonde, sorry. Maybe what I should do, because you've never interacted with us, is for us to introduce the committee to you. So my sincere apologies. Hello, DM. Can we start with the DM? I checked, Getan, I didn't see him. You were quicker than me. Good morning, Comrade DM. We just want to see that you're awake.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'm still alive from yesterday. Good morning.
Thank you. And I know you are going to enjoy this meeting because these are your things, especially with the location of the PC4R there. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me get the other members to also introduce themselves. I'm just going down the line. Honorable Subrathi. Hello, Honorable Subrathi.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, EM and honorable members and guests. I am Rathi, a member of the Portfolio Committee, and I'm excited to be hearing
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. Get to where you are going, please, please. I had seen Honorable Vilagazi.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, DM and everybody else on the call. There's the video, and good to see everybody this morning. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the Honorable Minister and the Honorable members, together with the officials. Chair, I'm driving from Cape Town to Joburg, so I'll be finding a space to stop. So just forgive me for now, but I'll be here. Thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you, Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Potlani.
Good morning to you, Chair, and good morning to the meeting.
Thank you so much. I'm not sure if I missed anybody else. I know we've got apologies from Honorable Matafa, Honorable Adonis. I'm not sure about Honorable Mchacha, and then Honorable Mateus, Honorable Tambo, and Honorable Souls. But you've got a full house here, as is Nomonde, and let me also greet the Director General of the department. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. And as I was busy with my greetings, just to note everyone who's on the platform, and I noticed some of the honorable members, yourself included, that were with in Barcelona not so long ago. Also in the platform, I also would like to send special greetings to DG Jordan. As indicated to everyone, my name is Nomonde Kwangaka Soba, and I'm part of the GSMA Sub-Sahara Africa Policy Team. And I'm based here in South Africa, and it is great to be a part of today's proceedings. Honorable Chair, just for protocols, I'm not sure, is Hajira going to be driving the slides from her side, or should I drive them from my side?
Hajira will give you the sharing rights, ma'am.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I will try and project Hajira, if you can just allow me, give me permission.
You can go ahead. You've got sharing right.
Hajira?
You've got sharing right. You can start sharing.
Okay.
Thank you.
So it says only the host is allowed from my side.
I'll see if I can share.
Okay. So I'm projecting. Can you see my slides, Hajira, on your end?
We can see your slides. Thank you so much.
Okay, perfect. Let me just enlarge them. Perfect. So thank you once again, Honorable Minister, for Honorable Chairperson, for this opportunity that has been afforded us as the GSMA. As previously indicated, I am based here in South Africa, but just before I jump into my presentation, I thought that maybe I might just want to share and provide a bit of information about us as the GSMA. Who are we? What do we do? Who do we represent? And true to our values, leave no one behind. What do we really mean by this? The GSMA, we are a global organization which seeks to unify the mobile ecosystem to discover, develop, and deliver innovation foundational to positive business environments and societal change. Our vision as an organization is to unlock the full power of connectivity so that people, industry, and society thrive. As the GSMA, we represent mobile network operators and organizations across the mobile ecosystem and adjacent industries. The GSMA delivers for its members across three broad principles. Firstly, connectivity for good. Secondly, industry services. Thirdly, we provide solutions and outreach. This activity includes advancing policy, which is in part why we are here before the honorable members of Parliament and all of those who are joining us virtually. Further, as an organization, we are tirelessly strive to tackle today's biggest societal challenges, underpinning the technology and interoperability that make mobile work, and in providing the world's largest platform to convene the mobile ecosystem at the...
Slide a static, Chairperson.
Yes, I'm still doing the introduction, and then I will start moving the slides as I get into the heart of the business of why we're meeting here today. Also, just talking to some of the engagements that we host as an organization, which is the Mobile World Congress and the M360 series. These are some of the events. And just over 2 weeks ago, as the GSMA, we hosted our Global Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, which saw a traffic of over 109,000 telecom passionate daily visitors. And we're greatly honored to have also in the presence attending the engagements, Honorable Diko and also Honorable Member Vilakazi, also joined by the Minister. But we're also greatly encouraged by Honorable Diko's participation in one of our critical roundtables, which spoke largely to Universal Service Access Fund. So basically what happened in 2024, as the GSMA, we commissioned a number of reports which were subsequently launched across the continent. The launches, together with the GSMA leadership and fellow GSMA policy colleagues, saw us crisscrossing the continent, with our first report being launched in Nigeria, then followed by the Zambia report, and subsequently the Kenya and Ethiopia report launches. And in November last year, as indicated by Honorable Diko, we launched our very own South Africa report titled Driving Digital Transformation of the Economy in South Africa, looking into opportunities, policy reforms, and the role of mobile. And my presentation today will be focused on the South Africa report. And just over a month ago, as we are working tirelessly as the GSMA policy team, we launched our Benin report. Just to give everyone a heads up is that work is already underway this year to undertake additional research in the following markets: Tanzania, Cote d'Ivoire, Malawi, Mozambique, just to name a few other countries. So, as we gather here today, we all recognize that ICTs and more broadly, the digital economy play a central role in the future of South Africa and its development. And this is precisely the reason why we, as the GSMA, have commissioned these various reports to examine the role of the digital economy and to understand how the mobile industry is supporting the digital economy and the digital agenda, whilst ensuring that we leave no one behind. Just to share on the current outlook of the South African landscape, it suggests that the country is faced by some major economic and social challenges. However, in spite of all of this, it must be noted that as a country, South Africa has chartered a national strategy to support economic growth, economic transformation, and poverty reduction. Further, as a country, South Africa has identified the digital economy as a key pillar of this national development strategy. It must be noted, honorable members, that South Africa has made significant progress in developing the digital economy over recent years. The country stands out as being far ahead of most of other countries in the region in terms of coverage, adoption, and innovation. However, we must note that it is falling behind many of its peer groups of nations, including the BRICS countries. Next, to provide an outline and the lay of the land in terms of where we are from a South Africa's policy environment, where it is actually concerned. South Africa has a well-developed digital policy environment, covering all of the critical aspects of policy that are required to support growth and development of the sector. And you may be familiar with these as projected right before you, namely that we have the National Development Plan, which includes a detailed analysis of the digital sector in the country. More recently, South Africa Connect, and then we also have the Presidential Commission on the 4IR and the Digital Economy Masterplan. And all of these have all been articulated in the government strategy on digital development. Also, the National Policy on Data and Cloud provide more details on a critical area of digital development, while work is underway on refining the government's policy on digital government and digital services. And as you might all be aware, on the latest developments, in order to actualize most of the plans, we have noted being led by the Ministry of Digital Communications and Technologies, they will be setting up what we call an Executive Oversight Committee working groups and the Policy Advisory Council to continue working with the ministry on implementing the Digital Master Plan and other policies as highlighted in the GSMA digitalization report. This is a clear sign that there will be traction where policy implementation is concerned and policy goals will therefore be actualized. Now, looking and talking about the digital economy, historically, even more so today, many times when we speak about industries, what usually comes into mind? Obviously, big industries like mining, agriculture, financial services, manufacturing, and not often is the telecommunications sector being thought of as an important sector that contributes meaningfully to the South Africa's GDP. It must be noted that the telecoms operators are the foundation for South Africa's digital economy. Why we say this? Together, they generate around 200 billion per year in revenue and account for 4 to 5% of the country's total GDP. Mobile network operators, they generate 3 to 4% of the total tax revenues collected by the South African government and are responsible for about 30,000 jobs. Now, the mobile operators are critical players at the heart of the digital economy. They generated 120 in 2023 alone. This this amounts to 58% of the total telecommunications sector revenue and invest an average of about 15 billion rands every year. Now, this goes to show you and tell us that digital plays an even more important role in driving growth in the overall economy. South Africa, a regional hub for investment into new technologies such as cloud computing and artificial intelligence. These technologies are reducing costs and driving productivity growth among South African organizations, including, importantly, SMMEs that are a critical generator of jobs and wealth. Now, also, mobile continues to be the foundation for digitalization across key economic industries, and hence digital technologies are having a similar impact on critical sectors of the South African economy, such as mining, agriculture, manufacturing, and transport included. The transition to digital channels for delivering public service is an important driver of digital adoption. Similarly, strengthening the teaching of digital skills at all levels of education system is essential for the future development of the sector. Now, looking into countries continues to push ahead with digitalization globally, and South Africa will have to catch up with her peers, as earlier indicated, and also mentioning that we sort of like not, playing, we have to catch up with our BRICS peers. In spite of this, yes, we do acknowledge that the fact that South Africa has made significant progress in developing the digital economy over recent years. It stands out as being far ahead of most of other countries in the region. However, we still fall behind of our peers of nations, including the BRICS nations, as indicated. So now when we look into the South Africa's mobile sector, MNOs invest more than operators in other BRICS countries and have achieved almost universal 4G population coverage. However, we realize that more investment will still be needed to match the 5G coverage and the rising broadband speeds in other middle-income countries. Now, when we lean into the economic and the regulatory environment in South Africa, the sector remains susceptible to external factors. Now, the economic and regulatory environment in the country continues to put pressure on MNOs' infrastructure investment as they have to contend with, one, the rising interest rates. They also have to ensure energy supply to maintain quality of service and coverage obligations. Also, the weakened consumer spending power, as a result of the economic downturn, and also the downward pressure on pricing from competition between MNOs, MVNOs, and OTTs. And lastly, the implementation issues with licensing, universal service, and social obligations. Now, on strengthening the digital economy, despite the progress that has been made by South Africa's digital economy, the industry faces some key challenges. The sector is facing financial pressure arising from the macroeconomic environment and significant costs of meeting obligations imposed on it by policy and regulations. The national strategy for the digital migration and also the sunsetting of 2G and 3G network will have major implications for the way in which MNOs are actually able to access the spectrum in the future. Uncertainty around this has long-term financial implications and seems to undermine investor confidence in the sector. It is also important to note that the cost of building and operating networks in South Africa remains very high, particularly as a result of difficulties in accessing rights of way, the high cost of electricity, and the impact of crime on network infrastructure. These all drive up costs which further undermine the financial sustainability of investments. From the customer perspective, The affordability of devices is a challenge for many, particularly those in low-income households. The cost of these devices is increased by the ad valorem taxes levied on them when they're imported from overseas. And I will speak to this a little bit later into my slides, just to talk about the progress made since we launched the report, the engagements that we've had with the DCDT and other partners in terms of how we can actually tackle this current challenge. Also, another elephant in the room is the lack of digital skills among many individuals, also acts as a brake on adoption. Finally, the sector regulatory framework needs updating to reflect the many developments that have taken place in the market since it was designed. And as industry practitioners, I will not rehash or talk more into this. I think we are all in alignment to say, since the ECA of 2005, a lot needs to be done and reviewed. So as I work towards concluding my presentation, I would like to glean into some of the recommendations that came from the report that we launched in November 2024. It is recommended that the following steps are taken to address some of these challenges and support investment and growth in South Africa's digital economies. So for us as the GSMA, and particularly why I'm projecting this particular slide, is that we have come to the realization and understanding that collaborations are critical. And I'm happy to share with everybody in the room and also following the proceedings virtually, is that exactly a month ago, as the GSMA, holding hands with the Ministry of Communications and Digital Technologies and the World Bank, we jointly hosted a device affordability workshop. And this forms part of the behind-the-scenes work we have been doing between ourselves as the GSMA and also the ministry. The reason why we hosted the workshop is that as a collective and a part of the sector, we are alive to the fact that reduced handset prices benefit not only the electronic sector, but also drive growth in mobile services. Part of the key recommendations were, rather than to completely remove the tax, as the GSMA, we call for a reduction of the luxury tax imposed on smartphones and to have handsets treated as providing an essential service. And we all recall that during the budget speech vote 2 weeks ago, Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana tabled before Parliament a proposal for the removal of the 9% ad valorem tax on smartphones priced under 2,500. This positive development is a direct result of GSMA's ongoing policy advocacy efforts focused on enhancing affordability and driving digital inclusion, not only in South Africa, but across the continent, which is the reason why we continue to roll out the research reports that we have commissioned across the continent. Now, the removal of the tax on smartphones, 1, it will increase affordability. 2, it will also drive digital inclusion by enabling millions of new mobile internet users to access smartphones. Currently underway from the GSMA side of things is that our team of economic experts and number crunchers are undertaking an economic modeling exercise to clearly underline the impact of the tax removal on the market dynamics, and also following the announcement of the removal of the 9% ad valorem tax. Further, the approach that has been adopted by the DCDT to adopt an industry-led approach on the sunsetting of the 2G and 4G shutdowns. So the above are examples that are being implemented that came from some of the recommendations that were outlined in our report. So the next slide is showing some of the recommendations that are being implemented in other markets following the release of our reports. For instance, in Nigeria, there was a big issue on the rights of ways, so that, the president has since signed an executive order recognizing communication infrastructure as a critical national information infrastructure. When we move across to Kenya, one of the issues that was being faced by the country was the reduction sector of specific taxes. And the government has since reversed its plans to increase excise duty on mobile services from 15% to 20%. So part of our recommendations, in order to make sure that we have sustainable investment policies and decisions, note that they create a sustainable environment. These policy decisions, they should be based on a consistent approach to the sector, reflecting policy trade-offs and analysis of the key impacts that might follow. Now, the next one will talk to the recommendations that we made when it comes to spectrum. We are very much alive to the fact that South Africa in 2023 auctioned spectrum following many years of inaction on this particular move. And this particular auction actually generated 14 billion towards the fiscus. I think about just under a month ago, we attended an ICASA stakeholder engagement, which was led by the chairperson. And obviously issues around spectrum will be also being raised to say, when next are we going to be auctioning spectrum? And some of the nuances that came out of there is that, we almost first need to clearly understand the impact of the auctioning of the current spectrum. What lessons to be learned? Are we yielding the desired outcomes of what we intended by launching by auctioning the spectrum at the time? So spectrum policy, as you all know, it promotes investment, including a robust oversight framework to complete the digital migration and a market-led and a collaborative approach for sunsetting, obviously, the 2G and 3G networks. And as earlier indicated, is that as the GSMA and other advocacy players within the ecosystem, we are all advocating for an industry-led approach and also a responsible approach, because the one thing we do not want to see is seeing more being left out of the communications grid. Now, to measure effective network deployment, we also need to provide more effective network deployment. Also looking into, the DCDT, broadband and digital skills for municipalities. When we're undertaking the research and collating research, we also learned that the DCDT, working very closely with the SALGA, when it comes to way leaves, they were also implementing a pilot project to best manage this particular infrastructure and network deployment. Also to be considered are issues that talk to the energy supply, which we also know that it has an impact in terms of quality of service and the immense investment that has been made by MNOs to make sure that there isn't adverse an impact on the delivery and quality of service. But as we are all South Africans, we've been alive to the fact that for an extended period of time now, we have had minimum, what we call load shedding episodes, and not leaving out security and protection of telecoms networks. I just chuckle at this because I remember Chairperson Ramusi, also during the stakeholder consultative workshop, he also indicated to say it is so important that when network operators go and roll out their infrastructure, it is so important to have what we call Ubuntu in their approach and methods of when rolling out, to say it's important that they need to go to the Hoshi and explain to the Hoshi to say, this is so and so. I'm here to, to put up a particular infrastructure, and this is how it's going to benefit your community. And this is how you also get a buy-in from the locals, so that when you are not there, they are there to protect that particular infrastructure. And so these are some of the interventions that might also be considered, so that the community itself protects the infrastructure that has been rolled out. Another recommendation which we spoke to earlier on was the device affordability. We also noted that consideration ought to be given to device affordability by accelerating the Digital Masterplan program for other affordable smart devices. And as earlier indicated, is that we have noted the reduction of the removal of 9% on the devices on the ad valorem tax as well. And then the next one, I mean, I recall when we had engagements with the DCDT, I mean, the one key important element that came out is the importance of digital skills. Accelerating digital skills training by advancing the National Digital and Future Skills Strategy. And this is the work that we do not only leave to be implemented by the ministry itself. However, we feel that as partners in the ecosystem, we all have a role to play in ensuring that we assist government and hold hands in realizing this particular important aspect of making sure that it is done. And then also talking to recommendation number 5 in implementing government policies and programs. I think earlier on we spoke about some of the headways that we are seeing and about the formation of the new working groups that have been soon to be launched by the ministry. But we also of the view that the implementation of the Digital Masterplan and other components of the sector policy framework with the mandate from the President and Cabinet and dedicated programs management and resources, they remain ever so important and ever so critical. So the next point, I'm almost coming closer to finishing off my presentation, is to look at—
Sorry, Nomonde. Has this presentation been shared with the committee? I know we've got a report, but some areas you're moving quite quickly on. Could you share with us the presentation if you haven't already?
The presentation was shared with Hajira and Dr. Mdubi, so you should have it, Honorable Chair.
Okay, Hajira, can you just make sure that the presentation, not just the report, is also circulated? Thank you. Apologies, Nomonde.
All is well. I'm almost done, Chair. So now I want to talk to our recommendation number 6, which talks to modernizing the regulatory framework. And this is to support growth on the digital economy, including a level playing field and what we call, again, a collaborative approach to newer technologies over the top players. Earlier on, Honorable Chair, you also touched upon the satellites, the low Earth orbit players, talking to technologies such as AI and also cloud computing. So our policy recommendations as the GSMA, largely, we are of the view that if they are implemented, they will accelerate the mobile broadband adoption and close the usage gap amongst adults by 1/3, latest by projecting by 2030. So together, these policy recommendations will prepare South Africa for future development on the digital economy. They will also enhance investment, innovation, and growth across the country. They will also promote adoption and usage of digital technologies by the South African government, organizations, and individuals, or rather citizens at large. These measures will certainly promote the overall digital competitiveness of South Africa and ensure that it is in a position to compete with other middle-income countries and also globally. So as the GSMA, we would like to recommit ourselves to forge partnerships with the South African Parliament, continue with the work that we've already started with the ministry, the DCDT, continue with the work that we've started with ICASA, the regulator, and also the various industry and advocacy groups, as we all strive daily to uphold our value as the GSMA to make sure that we leave no one behind. Thank you, honorable members, for granting us as the GSMA this opportunity to share the work that we continue to do as a global organization, striving to make meaningful contributions to the sector and its entire ecosystem. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nomonde, for that presentation. Sorry, I think there were a few things that I just missed, which were a little bit rushed, but I'm sure that members got the essence of it, and I know that the report has, the presentation has also been shared. Honorable members, I'd like us to engage this report before we move into what the department is doing based on the frameworks that the GSMA has also spoken about, being the PC4IR, as well as the Digital Economy Masterplan. I think the report is meant to provide a foundation on where are some of the opportunities, where are some of the policy reforms that are required, and what is being done to date. So can I open to yourselves for any questions of clarity, any comments you would wish to make? I'm looking for hands. I'm not seeing any hands. I think the members are still collecting their thoughts. Okay, Honorable Botlani, followed by Honorable Vilakazi, in that order, please, and then Honorable Shongwe. Thank you, Honorable Botlani.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think as a committee, we've become very deliberate about wanting to empower ourselves so that we can really make meaningful contributions to the improvement of the sector. And this is one of the things that really is going to assist us to understand where the country is going, where our counterparts are, and how we can then try to at least level the playing field so that in South Africa, we do not lag far behind. Perhaps let me start with recommendation 6 versus norm on the end to say, this is the conversation that we have been having as a portfolio committee to say there needs to be policy reforms. And yesterday, Honorable Vilakazi was at pains to say, let's start with something so that we are not sitting on our hands and time is not catching up with us by not producing anything. And perhaps yesterday with the conversations that we had with the DG, we will be receiving something in terms of moving at least the needle on some policy changes. And when you speak about the ECA being almost 20 years old, it is troublesome, and it is one of the policies that really holds South Africa back in terms of achieving economic emancipation from this sector. So it is to say we are very aware of those limitations that we have in terms of policy as a country. And as a portfolio committee, we are indeed pushing for something to come to the portfolio committee so that we move. And I fully agree with Sis Nomonde to say the connectivity is really an economic enabler, and appreciate the work that the GSMA is doing, because it's report like this that then says there is a study that is scientific to then speak to the interventions that can be made. I'm worried about hearing that we are falling behind in terms of some BRIC country counterparts. I don't know if GSMA would be able to tell us, while we are falling behind, are we making at least some progress at that level? And are we only measuring ourselves against the BRICS countries, or are there other indicators that we at least can say we are at par with other countries? So what indicators are you using besides the BRICS? And I think the social obligations really remain a sore point for the mobile operators. And the issue is that operators will come in, make an investment, and as you have correctly said, there is no support, there is no buy-in from the communities. Perhaps the suggestion that Mr. Ramosi makes to say, make it a community effort. I mean, we can take it as far as engaging ward councillors to say, we are putting this investment as mobile operators in your respective wards. What we need is the community to know that there is great benefit, and you then look after it. Because it is not fair as well for the mobile operators to continue investing and then crime becomes an issue. So I don't know what level of engagements you have at local government with at least the councillors to make sure that there's that level of security, and then you don't keep going back to the same places to reinvest. And on that, you spoke about how SALGA is assisting. has there been great value in taking the implementation of whatever programs, whatever projects directly to local municipalities? Are you getting the cooperation that you deserve? Especially because at this level, we do very little interactions as Parliament with local government in terms of the work that mobile operators do, the work that the department does. So I don't know if you can tell us about how far you interact with local government and what the responses are. One of the issues that you also raised in one of the slides was the issue of recycling of devices. Are we winning? Because when we talk about being responsible FLE citizens, there is also the issue of being, I don't know what the word is, but I understanding that there should be a proper recycling of devices. I know personally in my own home, there's a number of devices that there is no known way, at least for myself, to say, how do you discard used devices and what could be the benefit of that? And I was hoping to also hear a bit more about what the sector is doing in terms of generating jobs. So if you could just speak to us about that, I would really appreciate it. But thank you. Good to see you, Ms. Normand.
Thank you so much, Honorable Botlani. Honorable Vilakazi.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Namanda, for the presentation. Can I just get my thoughts, gather my thoughts here? I just wanted to find out a few things. The first one of your slides says that South Africa contributes more per capita, I think it was, towards the digital economy or digital transformation. But at the same time, it ranks lower than its counterparts. In the comparison, it spends more, but it ranks lower. I wanted to find out what the GCMA thinks is the problem with it. Where is the money going, or how could the money be spent better? The other thing is that you mentioned the cost of devices as being one of the main thrusts in improving digitalization. But there's also the price of data that is a big issue in South Africa. What role is the GSMA playing to ensure the reduction in the price of data? And then you speak also about the regulatory framework, and in regard to data as well. How can the regulatory framework support more competitive pricing for mobile devices while ensuring fair business practices? And I think of this question because it seems to me that we're needing to strike a balance between the business side, being viable, but also the accessibility side. So how do we strike that balance? Also, I'm just wondering, I've heard you speak about the fact that you interact with the DCDT, for example, when you do these reports. But I also wondered, so how does the GSMA work with governments just generally to ensure, and mobile network operators to bridge the digital divide in rural areas? What is the role of the GSMA there? And are there any global examples of successful collaborations between GSMA maybe and governments on digital education that you feel we could include in South Africa? We do have NEMISA and a number of other digital education focused initiatives, but how do you think these could be improved? Maybe from examples that you've implemented in other parts of the world. And then finally, this is not directly related to your report, but more to a session that we attended together at the Congress on universal access funds. I was just bothered to hear one of the presenters there, one of the GSMA representatives there, saying that we are never going to get to coverage of 100% for everyone, particularly in far-flung communities, which bothered me because for me, I think the goal is 100% coverage. And so I just wish to find out from you, is that the view of the GSMA, and why would the GSMA feel that we cannot strive for 100% coverage of all communities in all African countries? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Shongwe.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I welcome the presentation, especially since he lecture Sisu Hazel from Yizo Cool. Chair, the presentation outlines our ambitions and plans of driving digital transformation in South Africa, but it fails to address the glaring issues that plague the sector for years. So my question, Chair, with spectrum policies, that the document highlights delays in the digital migration and sunsetting of 2G and 3G network. What specific actions has the GSMA taken to address these delays to ensure efficient spectrum policy implementation? On the load shedding, Chair. Load shedding and rising cost of electricity are major issues for network operators. So I'd like to know how effective has the GSMA recommendation been in mitigating the challenges, and what further steps are planned? On the device affordability, the document suggests removing the ad valorem tax on the smartphones, Chair, to improve affordability. What evidence does GSMA have to support the effectiveness of these measures? And how will it ensure that the benefits reach the low-income households? Excuse me. Chair, the cyber security, with the increase in digital adoption, cyber security becomes crucial. What specific strategies has the GSMA recommended to enhance the cyber security and protect personal data in South Africa? Chair, again, I would like to echo a question from Honorable Podlani. I think Honorable Vilakazi, the data, Chair, ukuthi GSMA iyenzeni for abantu ukuthi benefit from the cost of data ukuthi drop, because Chair, relationships are kept by WhatsApp and video calls and TikToks. It is very crucial kumalokishi nasemakhaya. So I would like to know that, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Submit.
Thank you very much, Honorable Shongwe, honorable members. Maybe before I hand over to you for responses, and I'll check with the DM if there's anything he wants to raise as well. For a change, he's not in the hot seat as you take that spot, Snomonde. You speak about a collaborative and market-led approach. And I think that you would understand, maybe just from some ideological underpinning, some people would be very uneasy about a market-led approach. As much as we appreciate and welcome, in fact, the need to ensure that we have a investor-friendly economy, there are certain things that we believe that the profit motive perhaps tampers with them in execution. I want to make an example, and you'll tell me if I'm wrong. You would have advocated for and successfully managed to get government to reverse the I'm looking for the words that you had used in the presentation, but it was the process around the 2 and 3G sunsetting. There was a Gazette, I think it was, that had gone out to say that we are giving notice, or government is giving notice, that within 2 or 3 years, those devices can no longer be imported in order to move everybody from 2 and 3G to 4 and 5G and above. Now, what would you say, Nomonde, if I said that there's a view that GSMA, on behalf of its members, would have pushed that policy, not because, not because of, sorry, I'm just trying to get to your slide here. My apologies. Okay, so so government would have sought to impose a deadline for shutting down of 2 and 3G mobile networks by 2027 through the stopping of the import of those devices. Now, there's a view that says that the mobile operators have a vested interest in ensuring that those devices remain in the system because they are losing revenue from people migrating to data and not use voice. So their voice revenues are decreasing, and it is in the interest of the mobile operators that we continue to have Odili Leo feature phones that are not smartphones, so that more people continue to make calls and thus create revenue rather than moving to data. I'm asking this within this context of a market-led approach, because the market will always seek to ensure that first and foremost, they're able to maximize their revenues. And then you spoke to me about a question that I had around the removal of the 9% ad valorem tax on smartphones. And I'm happy to hear you say that there's economic modeling that's being done around that, because my question then would have been, how then do we measure the success of this? We know there's going to be a reduction in the revenues in the fiscus, but how do we know that there was success? I am intrigued by this concept. You're saying, I think Nigeria implemented it, of declaring communications infrastructure as national critical information infrastructure. And one of your recommendations calls on South Africa to do the same. Now, what does that practically mean? Is that declaring telecoms infrastructure as critical infrastructure? Does it relate to security issues? Is that where you're trying to go, where you get then our telecoms infrastructure protected by the security services of this country? And if so, how long is a piece of string? I mean, you have towers, you have data centers, you have everything. So if you could just contextualize for me what we mean there. On the issue of, and maybe, sorry, I've got many questions. You see, I liked this report. On sustainable investment policies, what are those? Because the document doesn't go so much into what those investment policies are. So what would you be looking for as it relates to that? And also, when your members, also assisted by government, are able to sort out the issues of way leaves with local government, is there a revenue sharing model that is implemented in those municipalities with local government and the MNOs on the revenues that are derived from the fiber that is laid out there? And then my final two questions, the coordination of digital skills. I see that the MNOs are also participating in that, but are they members of the digital skills forum? Because what tends to happen is that everybody does their own thing in their little corner, and we are not able to leverage on critical mass for impact. So would they form part of those forums? Similarly, on the issues of manufacturing devices, I saw that they give subsidies, but is there an actual drive around this manufacturing and not just assembly of devices in the country? And then finally, the issues that you raised around lessons. You mentioned lessons from G20, lessons from the India's digital public infrastructure program. If you could just give us a sense of what some of those lessons are. I was looking for the chair of ICASA to find out if he was in the meeting, because I'm interested to hear his views on this issue of protection of license rights versus penalties and incentives on adherence to the license conditions. But let me check DM Gungubele. Are there any issues you would like to raise before Nomonde comes back?
No, not much, except to ask a general question. Because it doesn't. It's not a matter of whether one agrees with all the approach, but the point is that it's a
video DM.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, you understood this? Okay. No, what I'm saying, the presentation is nicely structured, Chairperson. It creates a useful reference, even if you are in the space of digital policy development, because they deal with the key underlying factors that determine the life of the mobile sector. But what I'm curious about is a lot of questions have been asked, which I'm awaiting answers. What I'm curious about is there are two issues. Unless I've missed it, I am not picking up from the presentation, but you must understand I was just listening. What is the approach with regard to the vulnerable communities? It could have been asked in the form of data cost, but generally, what is the self-driven attitude in that regard? Two, we do get a narrative at times, Sis Nomonde, that and sometimes we pick it up. I think at some stage I was in Uganda, that mobile phones are amenable to the developmental agenda of different countries in a different way. They tend to take advantages of countries that let them do as they wish. There doesn't seem to be a self-driven approach to actually assist in the developmental agenda of different countries. I will remember, for instance, I hope I'm right on these facts. In Uganda, the president of Uganda would have told us that, I don't know if that has happened. They asked MTN to develop more affordable devices. Something, because they wanted to keep that market, they actually acceded to. Because the president put a foot down. To me, it seems as if you do that depending on the attitude of the country. What is the self-driven attitude towards the vulnerable communities, whether it's ethnicity, whether it's gender, the disadvantaged communities in general, black or white, whatever. Thank you.
Thank you, DM. Snomonde? Batu Hazel.
Thank you very much, honorable members, also honorable DM Gugubeda, for the questions that have been put forward. I will do my utmost best to respond to some, to most, and if I leave out anything, I will rely on you to remind me. I will start with the comments that were put forward by Honorable Bodlani with regards to there's a question. So some were comments in response to the presentation made and some of the things that are highlighted in our reports. So the one part that I would want to respond to, there's a question that she asked with regards to SALGA. Has there been great value to this partnership with SALGA? So Honorable Bodlana, from our end, we collected during the data collection process. This is where we learned about some of the interventions that are being led and driven on the ground. This is a program that I am of the view being driven by the DCDT in partnership with SALGA, and it was still also at a pilot level. I met 2 weeks ago with Mr. Mokhojana, who's also part of the industry player, who said the report is almost ready to be shared. So in terms of the findings and the impact, and I think this particular pilot was being implemented in particular areas of KZN. So it has not been rolled out across the country, and hence this phase 1 of the pilot project. So I think when the ministry and also SALGA, they are ready to share the findings of the report, we ourselves from a GSMA have keen interest to understand what was found out in terms of the value that putting the efforts together have yielded. With regards to the recycling of devices, I think this is one component that also came out during the workshop that we hosted jointly with the DCDT. DG was also in the room, and also the World Bank. I think there's a great deal of work which is being done by MNOs when it comes to e-waste and e-cycling. And there's the buzzword term now that we talk about on ESG and sustainability where it's concerned. I think it is in everybody's interest to make sure that how we dispose of these devices is done in a responsible manner that also seeks to promote and protect, so that seeks to also protect the environment. But in terms of the actual recycling to reuse and resell these very same devices, I think the one key issue that came out when we had the workshop by people who deal with the reselling and recycling of these devices, it said they actually indicated to us to say to try to refix the device, it would actually cost much more, because the thinking was, when we talk about affordability of these devices, why do we not fix and then resell, you know, to the consumers? But the one thing that came out of there is that it would actually cost more to do that. So there was a question that was also asked by Honorable Budlane to say, what is the sector doing to generate jobs? I think what the report also seeks to do is that, you know, you also look at the trickling down effects into the ecosystem, you know, because yes, we do have MNOs running operations, but you also look at the services as we trickle downwards. Yes, we spoke about the 30,000 jobs that have been created, but there's also other industries that, you know, down the value chain that also benefit and also create jobs. And we also spoke about the issue of how SMEs also actually benefit from some of these services that are being created when it comes to this particular job creation by the sector. I want to move on to the comments and questions that were raised by Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Vilakazi, you raise an important fact to say it seems like when we talk about the ecosystem, who is bringing what to the party? I recall during the workshop, as the GSMA, we said, when we talk about a collaborative approach, you know, in making sure that cost to communicate is accessible to everyone, to our citizens, is that, yes, we might come through to the government and say, you are treating smartphones as a luxury good, and hence the tax. We are pleading, coming to you to consider a reduction, and I'm using this word carefully instead of a complete removal, you know, but it's not only a problem only for the government. When we talk about cost to communicate, this is now where mobile network operators have also got to come to the party to also try and see how they also bring down the cost of data to enable users to also make use of it. So it's almost like that tripartite approach, so that everybody in the ecosystem plays a role to making sure that communication services are made available to consumers and our people have access to communicate. So you also spoke about the global examples where institutions such as NEMISA are concerned. With this one, Honorable Vilakazi, I will have to do my homework so that I come back with concrete case studies so that we can learn from our peers globally what they are doing in this particular area. But from top of mind, I cannot give you a concrete example of what is currently being undertaken on the ground. Honorable Vilakazi, you also made reference to, you know, the recent Universal Service Access Fund roundtable, which we hosted in partnership with the African Telecoms Union a few weeks ago in Barcelona. And the one thing that I think you are lamenting about is that you picked up that there was an iteration made to say we are never ever going to be able to reach 100%. You know, coverage. I think for me, what came out of that particular engagement is that I think the end goal is to work towards it, you know, looking at where we are, but the end goal is to work towards making sure that we do have actually 100% coverage to make sure that for real, we live our values as GSMA and our members, that we make sure that we leave no one behind, be it in any corner, be it in a rural area, be it a person lives in a mountainous area, but we make sure that there's kind of coverage. And maybe just high level, I know that discussions are still underway, you know, with regards to the role of satellite players. I mean, we attended public hearings which were being led by ICASA, and the one thing that came out clearly there, I did not pick up that there's any animosity per se between mobile network operators and satellite players. The one key message that came out of there to say there is almost like a complementary role that can actually be played by both in making sure that the delivery of service is attained universally. However, the one plea that came out is that, you know, there has got to be almost like fair play. You know, MNOs, they've got onerous obligations that they must uphold, and there's an expectation to say when other players also come into the market, there's an expectation to say, you know, those rules must also apply. So with regards to also the Universal Service Access Fund Roundtable, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable Vilakazi, I'm happy to give you an update to say we are finalizing the report, and once the report is being finalized, we're currently in discussion with the ATU, just, you know, fixing a few things, and once the report is ready, we will make it publicly available. And now moving on to Honorable Shongwe. Honorable Shongwe, I think you're definitely giving away your age. So if you remember me from those days, I think you and I, same WhatsApp group, if I may call it that. You made a point with regards to say, when it comes to device affordability. I hope that I am capturing your question or your comment correctly. When you said, is there any evidence that smartphones with regards to device affordability? I think for us, one thing is clear is that we are researching and also looking at what happens in other global markets, is that when people do have access to communication services, it becomes, the world becomes their oyster. You know, they can do so much more. You know, they can run their businesses. You know, they can have access to education. Earlier on, there was also mention of institutions such as NEMISA. So you can imagine if, you know, the students there learning, they've got access to these devices, not only just to make a phone call, but to even deliver on their school projects. The one thing that we know for certain, and we know very well, is that in most instances, not only here in South Africa, but across the continent, when we talk about access to the internet, it is through a mobile handset device. And hence we are pushing for the reduction of the cost of this device, because in many, our people cannot afford this laptop and the desktop. So that is why we're pushing to say the debut for most of our people to accessing the internet, you know, and the internet highway, it's through this mobile device. So that is why we are making efforts and interventions to make sure that the cost for the device is actually reduced. I'm not quite 100% certain in terms of, you said what was missing from the report on 2G or 3G sunsetting, but I just made a little note here in terms of also you spoke about a bit of on spectrum, is that what we tend to do also where spectrum is concerned is that we tend to work with a number of regulators, because most of them are trying to pivot themselves to become digital regulators. And in the absence of a spectrum regulatory policy, in the meantime, what we are seeing here is that regulators are adopting what we call the spectrum roadmaps, which in the meantime, whilst they work towards finalizing their regulatory policies, then this roadmap serves as a guide in terms of how this precious resource is basically going to be managed by all. Honorable Diko, I'm moving now to your points in terms of what you have raised. You made a comment with regards to the collaborative market-led approach. And I think for mobile network operators, why they're calling for this is to make sure that you know, this especially the sunsetting of the 2G and 3G network, they are managed in such a way that it does not leave us worse off. Remember, now we are trying to bridge the digital divide. And the one thing we do not want is an unintended consequence of now just shutting down the 2G and the 3G networks. But also bearing in mind that there are other critical services that are still being delivered via the 2G network. And I do not think that the posture of MNOs, while they plead for this market-led, collaborative, industry-led approach, is based on undue motives. I think the MNOs continue to engage with the ministries and all parties involved, and hence we will quite, welcome the posture that has since been taken by the minister to say, you know what, we will allow provision for this particular, so that we are responsible in our approach and make sure that we do not have adverse effects while we try to sunset these technologies. And also being mindful that I think the end goal for all of us as a collective, we would like to see everyone be migrated to 4G, 5G technologies because they offer so much more. So I think the end goal is that with all these interventions that are currently being underway, reduction of the taxes where smartphones are concerned, then we can gradually migrate our populations to the 4G, 5G services. And with time, we can responsibly then shut down more so the 2G network. Based on the discussions that are coming out from an MNOs, I think 3G is a network that everyone is almost like ready to say, yes, it can actually be shut down. Chairperson, you also made mention about the stopping of the import of devices. I think if we also learn from how the digital migration process has been managed by South Africa, I think the stopping and of the import of old feature phones and all that, it's a responsible approach because it's the same strategy that was applied by our very own government where digital migration is concerned to avoid dumping of old devices that we will not need once the country has fully migrated. And I think now when we talk about the stopping of the import of all those other feature phones, it's basically for the same reasons to say we are aware this is where we're at, but the end goal is to make sure that we migrate citizens who are currently using 2G feature phones into ideally, the smartphones. Okay, let me just go to your other question. When it comes to digital skills and MNOs, and I think the chairperson, you're raising an important point it's always good that we all work, in alignment. And this will also ensure that we do not have duplications because you'll find that MNO A walks into community B and MNO B also walks into community B. So it's almost like a duplication of efforts. So I think with that one, I'm hopeful that the MNOs, and it's something that my homework as well to really understand that when they roll out these important services to our communities, is there perhaps a dialogue, to say, I've taken care of province A, perhaps let us look at the other ones can look at other provinces that have not been covered. And only this way can we really, really make meaningful impact where digital skills and digital literacy is basically concerned. But also importantly, it will also be important to see and critical to understand the nature and the type of, the cost outline so that we can really see the tangible output that comes out of this particular digital training or literacy programs that are basically being rolled out. Honorable Chair, you also spoke about the issue around the drive towards manufacturing of devices. So my understanding when it comes to this particular aspect is that MNOs, they are not device manufacturers. That is why we have OEMs who will then step into the play to manufacture these devices. And I think efforts have been tried in the past. I think also here in South Africa where, local manufacturing of devices. I think we also had a Zani in the Eastern Cape. And I remember myself visiting that particular plant, robotics on the ground, but that particular model did not quite take off. I think there's also another plant in KZN who's also seeking to also manufacture devices locally. But also there, I think the impact of their efforts is still yet to be realized. Rwanda as a country, I also think that they also tried to manufacture devices locally. So, and I think the one thing that came out of the workshop that we hosted jointly with the DCDT and also the World Bank, I mean, one of the things that was actually proposed to say, as a start, should you not try to manufacture, from looking at a regional block kind of thing, to say, as SADC, let us manufacture to distribute to SADC. If we may call it that, because then you've got more people to sell these devices to, So there's a science I was made to believe behind the whole manufacturing and also, the disbursement and service thereafter of these devices. So I think it's something that we can still, as a collective, see how it can be implemented. But I recall from the workshop that we had to say, maybe let's start out from a regional block to say, as a pilot, let's start it out as a SADC. If it works in SADC, then we then, escalate it and make it grow to other regions, the IACO region, the Western Bloc, and see, from an Africa-wide perspective, what we can yield from manufacturing our own, what we call by us, for us, if we may call it that. So Chair, I think this is basically where the questions that you've raised end, and I hope I did not miss out anything. So I'll now step into the comments that were put forward by Honorable DM Gungubele. Honorable DM, you spoke about, it almost sounds like MNOs not having a passion to support the developmental agenda of most countries. Having been in this space for some time, and I do not even want to talk about the CSI aspect of what MNOs deliver, but I get a sense that our MNOs, their hearts are in the transformative agendas of the various governments where they find themselves or where they have operations. And with regards to the ask that was done in Uganda, where MTN was asked to manufacture devices, I will be very honest, Honorable Minister, is that I'm not aware of this particular case study, but this is something that I will have to go back and investigate. And if needs be, we'll have to make a written response to this particular query that you're asking. So I will pause here, Honorable Chairperson, and happy to do any follow-ups if I might have left out any other questions and comments.
No, thank you. Thank you. I think let's leave it there. I think let's leave it there, Nomonde, because we have an hour and a half left and we still need to take 2 presentations from DCDT. But let me thank you on behalf of the Portfolio Committee. I think this has been very useful for us to get, I think, as DM says, a very systematic way of looking at the challenges in the industry and what needs to be done. So we truly appreciate it. The one thing that I'm hoping you'll just drop us a note around, remember I asked you for learnings from G20 and India. Let's leave it for now, but if you do have any material to share with us, please do so. And I think, as always, we truly appreciate GSMA's willingness and ability to always come up and give us guidance, thoughts, share experiences whenever we call on you. So thank you so much for making the time. You are more than welcome to stay in the meeting, but we'll then move on to the next issues. And once again, our sincere appreciation. Unless you want to say Thank you. Goodbye. Dr.
Honorable Chair, I think just on behalf of the GSMA, we just wanted to express our heartfelt appreciation for being afforded this opportunity to present the works that we do. I'm reminded of many years ago when I was doing my master's thesis, and our supervisor said, we do not produce these research reports to sit in the library to collect dust, but we need to figure out means and ways of how we share them. We, unpack them, analyze them, and critique them. And this also helps to the body of knowledge and how we can improve. So on that note, Chairperson, thanks to all the other honorable members. We remain available at whatever given point where we are required as the GSMA.
Thank you, Mama. We'll definitely take you up on that, because I think we do need at some point to have a focused discussion on universal service funds, because those are a burning issue. Okay, thank you. So let's move on. DM, I'm not sure how you structured your presentations, whether you are dealing with one first being PC4IR, and then afterwards you're dealing with the Digital Economy Masterplan. I will be in your hands on how you wish us to proceed. Thank you, DM.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, we can, and we can see you.
Thank you very much. No, I've been advised by the technical generals led by the DG that the approach should be 4R followed by Digital Economy Masterplan. But maybe before I call them, there are a few remarks one needs wants to make, Chair. Just to give a highlight that the Presidential Commission on the Fourth Industrial Revolution, which got established in 2019 by His Excellency the President, was as a result of recognizing the disruptive effect of technologies and other innovation arising therefrom, to make sure that South Africa is adequately prepared to leverage these opportunities. Then the strategy on the Fourth Industrial Revolution had to come about. Central to the Commission is just few issues that I want to highlight that came out. Amongst them is economic growth and job creation through identification of initiatives and program through which 4R technologies, amongst others, AI, blockchain, Internet of Things, etc., can drive inclusive economic growth and creation. In other words, those initiative or programs that could be used to drive those technologies to achieve those goals. The other element that was meant to be focused on is South Africa's global competitiveness through the development and adoption of emerging technologies. If one reads the 4R report, two ultimate objectives it's committed itself to was SA's competitiveness and social well-being, and articulated how we are rated in those. Also, the presentation will show you the readiness index for issues like AI. In another space, you discover that one of the reasons that makes it difficult for Africa to adopt AI, amongst others, is science and technology and innovation, investment in those three areas. Skills gap, data availability and its governance, and so on, infrastructure deficit. A number of those will determine the degree to which our continent adopts. South Africa is no exclusion. But however, the AI readiness index will demonstrate in the presentation where do we fall. It will explain the fundamental issues of the framework of digital technology, foundational technological innovation, and the struggle for solution-seeking sectors, and how those will impact on the day-to-day lives of people, in particular to equality, joblessness, and unemployment. The third issue is a collaborative effort in driving digital skills development, not only to address skills gaps, but also to build skills base, which the Commission found it necessary to increase innovation and employability to ensure inclusive participation in the digital technology. And the fourth issue, one of the areas of focus by the Commission, was identification and promulgation of enabling policy regulatory frameworks, which would be meant to support digital transformation whilst ensuring that ethical and inclusive implementation takes place. When one was in Davos, this was a big debate in a one-hour discussion last year amongst the top experts in the world, the economic power of AI versus its harm to society. The last element amongst areas of focus, which just lifted as example, is infrastructure development with specific focus on digital infrastructure, including internet access, data centers, and 5G. That speaks to that foundational deficit, which undermines the ability of adopting AI. All areas Honorable Chair mentioned here demonstrate that at the heart of the PC4R, Presidential Commission on 4R establishment, it was to identify, amongst other things, catalytic intervention to create a strong and inclusive digital economy driven by innovation and emerging technologies. Looking back, honorable members, it is possible that the capacity to coordinate, support, and integrate 4R initiative across our country and its related sectors might have been underestimated. Thus, we emphasize a lot on the phenomenon of collaboration, because a failure to look at that has resulted in the pursuance of siloed initiatives that, although successful in other areas, they have actually denied us the opportunity to benefit from the impact that could have been a function of the collective. We believe that there's a still opportunity to coordinate initiative across all stakeholders, both within and outside government, to realize the outcomes of this initiative, even if it is not necessarily called the 4R. Just to close my remarks on the master plan, the Digital Economy Masterplan was published in February 2021, recognizing the slowing economic growth and related challenges in addressing growing unemployment and poverty. These conditions, Chairperson, were compounded by the emergence of COVID-19, which magnified existing challenges. The master plan sought to bring stakeholders across the ICT industry to combine their efforts and initiative to address the existing and potential hardships that were already experienced by South Africans as a result of the economy that was collapsed by a pandemic, which was never anticipated nor planned for. Perhaps notable are many similarities that exist in the PC4R recommendation and the master plan. Both share largely focus on driving digital transformation and building a strong, inclusive digital economy. Interventions such as infrastructure, skills development, supporting SMEs and startups, making and increasing government online services, and creating a digital trust environment through data privacy and security protection cut across. This, to a large extent, provides the best opportunity for us to integrate our efforts to ensure that we can use our limited resources to achieve greater impact as long as we are collaborating. The Presidency has established an avenue for interdepartmental collaboration through the Intergovernmental Department Digital Economy Working Group, which has just been established during this administration, which creates opportunity for the collaboration that we need to ensure outcomes that bring in economic inclusion, as well as strengthen our pursuit for an ethical and capable government that addresses the needs of all citizens. Honorable Chair, from our department, we are also creating collaborative platforms that seek to ensure an inclusive policy and legislative development. This is based on our recognition that the implementability of our policies require a consultative and a collaborative regime that starts from conceptualization to initiation and development. This is necessary litigatory actions that inhibit the active and coordinated implementation of our policy and legislation. I believe that the integration and collaborative initiative gave us realistic chance to achieve our goals, and the guidance and support of the portfolio committee is another ingredient that can strengthen the impact. In other words, this opportunity today offers us a great moment for interfacing with the portfolio committee. Where are we in these two phenomena? For the PC4IR and the master critique punch holes help us get better based on us having shared this approach with yourselves. Having said that, Chair, I would request DG to actually take the team and lead the presentation, if it's okay with you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Minister. Those remarks are well received, and I think they set the perfect context for the conversation. DG, over to you.
Thank you. Chair, I hope you can hear me. I'm going to request Zayton to put up the presentation. Perhaps then to also indicate, as I greet the honorable members this morning, my apologies, it's been a long morning. Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning to the honorable members. Greetings to Nomonde and the GSMA team. Also want to recognize colleagues from industry on the platform. I see that we've got quite a wide participation, including our colleagues from CSIR, and lastly, from the department. From the department, Chair, I've got on the platform colleagues from both the policy unit, the ones who dealt with the 4IR, as well as colleagues who are dealing with other aspects of the policy. And I also then have colleagues from the office of the DG, and as well as the ministry. Thank you very much. So our presentation, Chair, and I want to maybe firstly apologize for the lateness of it. I'm hoping that it just serves as information sharing, Chair. We can come back at a later stage to then elaborate. And obviously there are various other initiatives that I'm going to talk to that have been expressed in the presentation, that which is basically pieces of work that we're doing as a department. We will gladly and happily share with the portfolio committee. So the presentation that you have basically outlines the PC4IR and the digital economy. With your permission and probably guidance, seeing how time goes, I'd like to also talk about the digital public infrastructure, as the GSMA presentation alluded to this, and obviously, as you know, it was mentioned in the President's State of the Nation address in February. Next slide, please. So if maybe we come starting with the PC4IR, I think honorable members, you would know, and I think the DM has alluded to it, on the fact that this particular piece of legislation, and Chair, maybe with your permission, I'd like to switch off my camera. I think I'm struggling with the bandwidth. But this piece of the legislation really just then gives rise in as far as what is then happening globally at that time, and the opportunities that are there. And I think even Sister Nomonde talked about the opportunities for the African continent, opportunities for South Africa, also part of that. We've got the youngest population on earth. The risk of obviously the digital colonization, and the risk of even widening the digital gap, and therefore the need for South Africa to segment itself within this wider global debate. And I think that probably then contextualizes, honorable members, the crust of what our vision is to make South Africa globally competitive, ensuring inclusive and shared economy, and looking and exploiting the technological capabilities, the means of production that are there, and how then do we harness the issues related in terms of the 4IR to propel the country forward. And in essence, the summary of it all is really just to transform South Africa's economy. And economy does include the society through then this digitalization. Next slide. And then obviously the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies was tasked to lead. We had an expert group of really, cuts across your academia. And in fact, the deputy chair of this commission, who was then the lead, Professor Marwana, is now heading the United Nations University partly because of this work that is done in South Africa, in the region as well as globally. So the PC4IR report then says that we want to focus on issues of creating the skills economy, which is very key, first and foremost. So I will further allude in terms of the various initiatives under the digital skills program that we have. And then for productive work. Honorable members, this came rise, as you know, in fact, this came before even COVID. So COVID had even then accelerated the drive for digitization. But at that point in time, we saw transformation already taking place, as you would remember. Banks by and large were cutting down the staff members purely because we were doing everything manually, and everything now was moving towards it being automated. And apart from obviously certain sectors of society already moving in terms of the digital platforms, but even the others, there would be self-made help, whether it's then the automated machines that tells you where to walk into the bank, how can we help you, etc. So then that then gave rise to then say we really need to upskill and reskill number of pockets of society, but also just to change basically our educational curriculum to then respond in as far as then this future of work and the productivity that will require under the digital economy. The second issue was then talking about AI. I think AI, as we all know it, it's basically your machine learning, and again, it being a transformative tool in terms of driving new knowledge and creative technology applications in various sectors. The third issue or fundamental principle was then to revive South Africa's manufacturing sector. As you know, the fourth industrial revolution is obviously stems from the third and the second. And for South Africa, for example, the reason why we wanted to focus in terms of what we now call advanced manufacturing was the fact that we are still a productive society, really dependent in as far as both the agriculture as well as mining. But how then do we make sure that we deploy technologies to make those sectors more efficient? And then again, that will drive the competitiveness of the state as well. And then how do we enable easy access to reliable, accurate, as well as standardized, integrated citizens, focusing on the issues related to data, and obviously the data in a more secured environment, and ensuring that as we then advance the issues of your digital government, or what we call e-government services, those citizens linked to then the first priority in terms of the skills ecosystem was then to ensure that people are then able to transact online. And this now, as you know, is probably then going to be the apex priority for the country going forward. We're now also looking at creating an enabling environment in terms of incentivizing future applications. And this also then gave rise to our Digital Economy Masterplan program, and building on a 4IR infrastructure, which I'm going to unpack further, and creating an enabling environment. And I think Honorable Bodlani talked about this with regards to the fact that you've got to have responsive policies for the era that we're in. So I'm not going to go much in as far as the historical context, but safe to say one of the biggest challenges, we started off with the establishment of a PMO. The PMO in our office had about 9 members But over time, because it was a contract of 3 years, which was the only approval that we could obtain from the DPSA, so unfortunately those contracts lapsed, and it was very difficult for us then to in terms of renewal. So it has then really hampered the issues of coordination. To safeguard or mitigate that, we then decided to both reestablish the capacity in terms of the coordination, and basically then allocate the work according to the various programs that the department is leading, and then the coordination stemming through to the DGO. Next slide. Then we just to quickly highlight, there were 8 strategic recommendations from the PC4IR. I'm going to go into the details of each one of these. And as I said, this then basically augments in terms of us making sure that South Africa is both competitive, but we also have a society that is then able to participate in this digital economy. Next slide, please. If we then look in terms of the first recommendation, which is then looking at issues of skill. This is a coordinated initiative between ourselves, science and innovation, and higher education training. Because of obviously the mandates overlapping, so we are coordinating the digital skills development program as well as AI amongst the 4. And then we've got MOUs. And the others are still under discussion. I think the one with science and innovation. Next slide, please. And then if you then look in further, so one of the issues was identifying the fact that, as I said, we've got a youthful society, but most of those, the youth are unemployed and not employed in education or training, and that's also very key. So we needed to ensure to look at how do we invest in people and investing in institutions and work, as well as then investing in decent as well as sustainable work. I also want to indicate that subsequent to this, because the Minister of Employment and Labour was then is now charged with then the issues of the workforce, we're also working very closely with them. So there are a number of initiatives which you will see in the annex document. Our programs run from your basic digital literacy programs, also looking at issues of coding, as well as AI. AI can be in terms of machine learning from your basic to then your advanced aspect, and then looking at other areas with regards to our digital skills aligned to the digital skills strategy. And honorable members, the digital skills strategy, we are currently now under review, because obviously it was over a 5-year period since 2018 when it was then adopted. And we are then now looking in terms of then the new initiatives and what is then more applicable within the era as we're moving now in terms of the internet world. Next slide. And then if you look at the programs there, as I said, so whilst we're collaborating with the higher education, the 4 IR centers of excellence we have been able to deploy in the TVET colleges, and not just in TVET. I mean, the 4 IR program was already running in terms of your other mainstream universities, especially I think you would later see programs that are being run in universities like UP, Stellenbosch, UJ, UCT. But I felt that it was very important to then also target the TVET colleges as specialized hubs because of the technical and vocational programs that they're doing. And then we're also, as I said, implementation of the digital and future skills strategy. And this is obviously being run by both the MIC seat and other seaters, along with obviously our NIMISA and the Department of Higher Education and DSI. And we're also looking at driving then the digital skills development programs, as I said, and especially looking at the equity equivalent investment programs. So what we then do in terms of the multinationals who are opting out, and office opting in terms of the equity equivalent, we are very deliberate to then say what the areas within which we need to close the gap. So depending on the specification. So if it's, for example, a platform provider, we would then say you need to make sure that you train so many number of citizens with regards to then the digital skills from a platform perspective. And these are, you're training them for future of work, not just a basic training that's not going to realize. And we're also now ensuring within that program, working with the DTIC, is to then ensure that we are able to measure them on an annual basis to really see the impact. That has been one of the biggest shortfalls in the last round of the equity equivalent investment programs, that there was no one really measuring and monitoring it because, as I said, the cost-cutting mandate between ourselves and DTIC. Next slide, please. Then if you look at the next priority, it was then the establishment of an AI institute. South Africa has really made some inroads in the continent on this. And I just want to indicate that this was also at the back of the fact that, South Africa, honorable members, I'm not so sure if you're aware, we are actually number 2 in Africa when it comes to internet connectivity and internet access, despite obviously even the challenges that we have. And we are number 9 as far as then the internet traffic globally, number 9 globally. And from that, we then said, okay, at least now we've seen the pockets of excellence. How do we leverage and expand on that? So the establishment of the AI Institute is really for us then to ensure that we explore basically the technology itself, and how then do we then grow this in number of sectors. So if you then look at the hubs that we have launched, the ones in blue, they're already, the 2 that are still, 4, that are still outstanding, and I'm going to speak to them. So the first one was the AI hub at UJ, the first one that we launched, and they basically focusing on digital manufacturing, mining, the single identity, supporting obviously the work that we're doing in government under the digital government, and also then the criminal justice system. The second hub which we launched was at Tshwane University of Technology, and that focused strongly on the automotive industry as well as transport and mobility, taking into the fact that South Africa is already an investment hub for a number of the multinational automotive companies. That's your BMW, I think it's Mercedes-Benz, it's Toyota. And we are then saying, looking at the entire value chain in terms of also the tech productivity perspective, including obviously AI. How then do we leverage on that and to really make it, to really center us as South Africa? The third launch was at the Central University of Technology in the Free State. And honorable members, you'll see that we've distributed these hubs across the country. The intent is that there's going to be a collaboration between the academia, the industry, as well as even society, to be able to really explore the opportunities as well as the applications. And so it's Central University of Technology, we're looking at farming and agriculture. And then the last we also launched was on defense and security, which is in partnership with the University of Stellenbosch. And this is basically the center that is down in Saldanha Bay. We've already identified media and language issues, and I think that's also going to be a critical priority area for us as we're hosting G20 under the AI program. And this is going to be done with the University of Limpopo as well as the University of Pretoria University, UP. And then the other one was on health and the genomics, and we basically, this is generative medication, and we're looking with KZN. We're very mindful that obviously there are other higher education institutions who are also currently doing. We've also identified another priority area for us, and especially as you would know now, we're having a water pressure as a country, so the water and sanitation, and we're also looking at the just transition, energy just transition issues, and obviously the issues of those would be then the issues. Next slide. Then if you then look at the next priority, which is then the third area. Next slide, please, Zeta. If you look at in terms of the AI, sorry, this is just to, sorry, I just want to underscore, there was the discussion with members to then say, South Africa, where do we fare? And I think from a global competitive or government AI readiness, we just to indicate that we've really made some inroads in as far as us moving up in fact, this was the latter one. We're now in the 60s in as far as then the government technology and data infrastructure. And this just illustrates, next slide, please, the launch that we had, as well as then obviously the work that we're doing under the national, the draft national AI policy. On looking at another key recommendation stemming from it was on platform for advanced manufacturing as well as materials, to really say that South Africa has already made some inroads with regards to the innovation as well as technology startups. We're already doing 3D printing in the country, blockchain, AI, robotics, the nanotech materials, as well as neuro technologies. You would also find these both in the AI report as well as even the Digital Economy Masterplan. And working with the DSI, I think they're very strong in terms of supporting research, especially in energy as well as emerging technologies. And obviously with higher education and higher education institutions like the UJ Stellenbosch and UCT, as I said, they're very active in terms of these programs on automotive, the aerospace, and I want to also indicate that the one thing that's coming out, apart from the health and medical devices, is the issue of the construction. So under the construction printer, in terms of your 3D, these are the houses that we're able to produce as a country as well. And I think this has been generally recognized. And I know that the team when they went into the bilateral with China last year, there was a very strong emphasis and focus on this program. Next slide. Then we're looking at the other intervention, which is then how do we incentivize the future industries and platforms and applications? It's the department, one of those, and I mean, this is not all other government departments are also doing it, but the DigiTech platform is one of those where we're basically illustrating the South African talent as well as the local applications and solutions that are there. And you see the lady here, she won a G20 award as a top woman in terms of health tech. And she's and obviously now I think her device is obviously gaining traction and worldwide recognition. And she's not the only one. There's also a group. If you look down there in the picture, there's also a group of the team that is working in terms of agri-tech as well as fintech. I do not want to overstate the issue of funding. It remains a constraint. And that is one of the initiatives that we said that under the repurposing of the USAP, we would then be able to work on how do we take these initiatives into market. So financial support is really needed for these digitech applications to thrive. Next slide. And then if we move to the next intervention, recommendation was on the data center investment. South Africa, currently we have about 61 data centers, 68, my apologies, and making us obviously the largest investment hub within the continent. So we I mean, we really do appreciate this. This then shows the value of those, but more than anything else, we also appreciate the fact that we've got tier 4 data centers along with tier 3, which is then basically talking to the capabilities that we do have. But if you then really look in terms of the capacity and what we want to do in terms of thriving under the AI, we are still calling for more investment in data centers for the country too, because we need to get into the speed of your terabits, which we're now closing the gap on that. If we then move to the next recommendation under the 4IR, it was then the recommendation that talked to, next slide, please. The infrastructure. I'm glad that this comes at the back of what Nomonde had. So our focus is not just in terms of your information infrastructure, but we want to make it to support, as I said, the innovation. So for South Africa to thrive as far as AI, as well as infrastructure in terms of science, technology, as well as the industrial technology innovation, we really need to do that. So apart from us, when we talk about your ambiguous ICT infrastructure, not only are we talking about the 100% broadband connectivity, and I'm going to further elaborate also, is then to make sure that every town, city, and villages have access to the fiber network. And that's also a part of the goal. We've augmented the NDP. And we also then needs to be supported, as I said, by the data and cloud services, and ensuring that obviously that data and cloud resides in the country. And more than anything else, I think that was the discussion from the previous presentation, was the infrastructure is not built for it not to be utilized by citizens, by the sector. And also this is the same infrastructure where we now look, for example, we're talking about investment. Initially we're saying we want to do investment in terms of electric cars. So we've got to make sure that the entire country is lit as far as then your 5G. But we also want to ensure from a citizen perspective, the issue of affordability. The affordability for us looks at affordability of data. And that's why we put the recommended policies as far as data cost under the ECA amendment, and then also on the issues of the affordability of devices. And just to indicate that we commenced on that discussion with the Minister of Finance last year in October, as Nomonde indicated, and that gave rise to then calling in on partners, both industry partners as well as the World Bank and the GSMA, to then assist us. And we're happy now that at least that gained traction with then the recommendation that was made by the Minister of Finance as far as the devices, your smart devices, not all of it, because we're saying they're still luxury, but at least the ones that will enable us as for citizens to then be able to participate, because that's been one of the hindrances that we had from the sector. Next slide, please. Then the other last recommendation, I think, under the 4IR, honorable members, was then talking to the review or revision of policies and how do we create an enabling environment as South Africa. Just to indicate some of the key policy reforms that we are currently busy with. Obviously, we adopted the broadband policy, and this one, as I indicated, we want to achieve 100% broadband coverage in the country. We also now published the next generation spectrum policy. I think that's very topical. I just want to also underscore that the issue of the sunset or the decommissioning of the 2G and then the 3G sunset is really intended for us to ensure that as a country, we really move forward. The issue of the affordability of then these devices, that's something that we have now embarked on the program to to ensure that citizens are able to have these affordable devices. We've identified pockets of excellence in the country as far as local assembly of these devices. They are available, and they are available at a much cost efficient, like as low as 530 rands. And this is, I'm talking about a 4G smart device. And this will then enable the citizens, as I said, to be able to obtain the e-government services online at the very least. And obviously, I think as we then now deploy even more and more in terms of your 5G, you're also then going to be able to download downstream or stream your whatever interest that you do have. So the next generation spectrum policy also, as I said, because we want to be competitive and basically light up these industries, especially your mining, agriculture, and also just looking at the things in terms of IoT. We are also then saying that we are also going to allocate spectrum for vertical industries, as we call them, and allow them for new players, including the SDIC, to then be able to deploy the broadband and as well as other technologies in the country. Then we're looking at the issues of your data and cloud policy. That was another policy reform initiative that we've come up with. We adopted the data and cloud, and this complements the copy. The data and cloud talks to, as I said, supporting the recommendation from the 4IR, and therefore it talks to the fact that we need to have these cloud services available, and including obviously from a government perspective, we also need to ensure that the investment in terms of data, as we know that not only now have we basically automated things and moved in terms of online, but you want to have the support and the information readily available wherever you are. And then that also then talks to the support in terms of part of POPI supporting the security of the infrastructure. So the cybersecurity strategy as well is intended to then improve government coordination and engagement. And then lastly, the AI policy, which is still in a draft format. So these are just some of the policy initiatives, as I said, that talks to the digital economy and the fourth industrial revolution. Next slide. I would like to now move to on the Digital Economy Masterplan, providing a quick update as to where we're at. Next slide. If you then move to on the digital economy, honorable members, you would know that it is framed basically under the three objectives and inclusive growth, and we predicted a 4.5 GDP year-on-year growth, as well as the job creation, where we would want to see upward of 1 million new jobs created in the next 10 years. That's a target of about 2030 or just up to 2031. And then obviously looking at the transformative tool for it, in as far as once we reskill and upskill, the opportunities that would be there in the terms of then the creation of a new industry or industries supported by the SMMEs. And that was basically, that probably is also then contribute to the jobs creation objective as well. And our big bets, honorable members, I've already touched on some of them. Just to then indicate, in as far as if we talk about your physical technology production, that is what we alluded to there. The issues of local manufacturing, the issues, and I mean, there's a lot that we're already doing. Satellite and drone technologies that are there. The issues with regards to the electric vehicles that we're doing, the addictive material manufacturing, etc. And then the next big bet for us is the transformative tech applications. And these obviously look at your issues with regards to robotics, augmented reality, the robotics, IoT, blockchain, which are already being applied. And I just want to underscore that it is obviously these are obviously critical in terms of South Africa building our own digital businesses and the ecosystem at a larger scale. And then the next area is obviously on the digital platforms. And as I said, these are the ones that we've also identified as a game changer for us. And if we then look in terms of your these digital platforms, I mean, these are basically where we can also obtain quick wins. So you've got how do we leverage and move forward in terms of the e-commerce platform, in terms of major recruitments, and you know, taking advantage of the skills that we already have in South Africa. How do we move from South Africa being number 2 in as far as business process outsourcing to then now, you know, in terms of the new platforms. And then the last is also linked to that is your digital traded services. Then I'm going to unpack our critical enablers. All of this, honorable members, the vision is obviously to ensure a digitally empowered South Africa, to create and obviously ensuring participation in as far as the tech-enabled opportunities to drive this inclusiveness, employment, as I indicated, job creation, as well as then the economic transformation of the country. Next slide, please. We've also seen in the work to then say this work is not just for the digital economy, as I said, just to transform our sector. You would ever, as I alluded, it's to really transform South Africa's economy. But we've also then seen the opportunities and the impact it will have as far as then the SDGs and in our pursuit of the UN goals. And so these ones, as I said, if you really look, for example, I think 9 of these SDGs talk to the smart living in a smart society, and how do we ensure the social welfare of citizens as well. And then the others also then talk to the issues of a smart government, the efficient government in terms of its delivery, in terms of services, and how do we ensure the digital transformation of society as when we look at the smart economy. Next slide. And I just put some of these examples in as far as then the breakdown of them as well. And just to look at when we talk about the automation and the production sectors, how do we then ensure, you know, basic is that you computerize equipment and the batch processing. We then moved in terms of automation and then the robotics and deployment of other 4IR technologies such as your 3D and real-time processing. And then you move to then the high end where everything is now completely digitized and automated in terms of your robotics, process automation, your drone services, remote management. And we'd love to show you in an illustration, and I think working with Nemisa, on how we envisage a society at the end in 2030, where you are looking, as I said, in terms of your smart living, but as you know, everything is completely digitized. And literally, and I know we borrowed this example from the UK, and they said there's whilst you're living, there's only one time you need to go out, is when you have to literally, when you get married, because you have to go and present yourself that you are really the true person that you are. But I think now with even the digital public infrastructure program that we do, there's other ways of authenticating that. But then the last is obviously, which is post your living, is when we take you out, and unfortunately we have to bury you. But everything else we want to basically live in that smart, intelligent world. And the same applies in as far as then the AI program. AI for us, as I indicated, we illustrated in a number of sectors. How then do we make sure that, you know, the issues of processing, enhancing them, and ensuring that there's real meaningful productivity that's coming out of that. The AI also, I think one of the big debates that we're having right now, we started off with the implementation plan. At that point in time, I think we were all of us fascinated with the chat GDP. Now you've got the Gen AI, and it's really giving a rise in as far as to then say how there's such developments consistently, and we need to keep abreast. The data management issue, I did emphasize on this, and why then we need to ensure adequate capacity, because this the capacity that we have now just talks to us in terms of the first phase of the digitization and not really in terms of the full digitalization. And then the issues of the enriching and the citizens as well. And how do we deploy various AI technologies to just basically make that more efficient. It will assist us in as far as services providing information dissemination under your telecommunications, mobile VR services, and even the augmented reality and virtual platforms, which we do have. And there are many that are in South Africa. I think I just want to underscore this particular issue, honorable members, that at the back of all this, we're saying, one, there has to be capabilities from a government perspective to deliver this, but more than anything else, there has to be a capable, when we talk about a capable state, we're not just talking, but the entire state. And the issue for us then to ensure that many of these solutions, we are basically finding them in terms of homegrown. That would then be the game changer, and that will take us closer to our target in achieving then the 5.4 GDP growth. Next slide. If we then look at, there was an annex to the document, and I'm going to maybe just pause and invite my colleague, Lungisi, to really, maybe because of time we may not have, I'll be guided by you, Chair, but just to indicate some of these initiatives. So under the digital inclusion, we've got about 18 initiatives. I think they are growing. And I know even in the area with regards to innovation and competitive, we've also received some additional initiatives. And then under the skills for work, we've got 36 of these in terms of the workplace, reskilling, upskilling, SMME upskilling programs, ICT tertiary education. And then on the responsive governance as well, we've really moved on this. Apart from the e-government program that we're doing, ensuring the data as well as the reuse of that, the issues related to competition regulations and cybersecurity. We've now moved in as far as, I think it's the last area, which is then government digitization, and moved on this digital public infrastructure. Our programs there have moved from it being 3 to about moving to about 5 for this financial year. And then the others we're also then going to include in the outer years as well. And as I said, there's also innovation and competitiveness. Next slide. If we then, this basically illustrates some of these initiatives. I'm not going to go into the details of them, but just to suffice to say we appreciate the partnership, both in terms of our national players and the international parties. Next slide. So on the skills for work, we've got that. And then on the digital inclusion, again, we've also got the targets for us, as well as then the initiatives, and we've indicated who's doing what. And the entities, as I indicated, it's growing because we continue to receive input. The next slide moves then from digital inclusion to skills for work. The skills for work initiatives, and I'll highlight them in as far as then the programs that we're doing, both with the TVET as well as other tertiary institutions, the upscaling. I really want to underscore some of these programs that we're doing. For example, I think, how do we close the gap? We've seen the gaps, the challenges that we have, that not everyone can enter or has a placement. And so the NEMISA and running with other program partners like Samra, we're doing cell phone repairs this really moves, as I said, that issue of skill, future of work, to really give meaning to, so we train them with then the opportunities in terms of giving them jobs, and they become self-employed. The same with the same group now, we're now training them in terms of IoT as we move and we deploy. That means that now not only do they just do the cell phone, and not only do they do the installation in terms of your set-top boxes, but how then do they connect everything in your house to really be, to be digitized, even the ones who are doing the installation under the SA Connect. So the SMME program we're really focusing on, because as I said, when you've deployed one SMME, at least you're creating 3 more jobs. And that's how we are planning to expand on this. And we've now reached out to small business to really assist us in as far as assisting them with, as I said, the funding, which I'm still going to talk to at the end. It's one of the biggest challenges. Next slide. On the deeper dive issues, we've basically identified some of the programs that we are doing. One of them is obviously the expanded connectivity programs in terms of the development of the SABC OTT platform, the tech startup initiatives that we're dealing with industry. We've also done, even now, the number of jobs in terms of increasing. You've got, for example, I think I've been talking about this, the retrenched workers from SAPO, but we are very deliberate to then saying, what are these skills that we can, as I said, the low-hanging fruits that we can actually then just deploy just to keep citizens busy. And I want to also underscore, honorable members, and pardon me for this because we didn't have time, but I wanted to illustrate you to show these initiatives that we are driving them across the country. They are not sitting in the pockets of your metropolitan areas. We really do go into the deep rural areas as well. When we, for example, we deploy our SA Connect, that comes at the back of an NEMISA coming with your training initiatives and programs, the basic one in terms of your digital literacy. And then later on, they come to actually do the recruitment in terms of your cell phone. The same that we're doing with now working with the Take a Lot, which is the next initiative that we'll be driving in the this year, is then to then also say, we want, because they're looking for an expansion in the country, and therefore we've identified these other remote areas moving away from your centers and your cities. And the investment drive issue that we're also then monitoring for that. And obviously, as you know, that as a country, we really want to scale up on that. Next slide. My network is not stable. With regards to innovation and competitiveness, as I said, we've identified these ones that will basically set us afloat from your tech innovation startups in terms of your R&D research, as I said, and then the AI innovation, competition issues, but to really then now driving then the implementation, as I said, in terms of your tech applications and under the big, even the other areas that we've alluded under the big bet programs or the big bet objectives. Then as we ramp up towards conclusion, Chair, just to illustrate, as I said, some of these deliverables that we've been doing as a country. And we're going to go very big on these physical technologies, your sensor and smart devices. South Africa, we produce some of these materials, raw materials. So we're saying, instead of us still exporting them out, how do we then make sure that we are able then to build a reindustrialization and manufacturing supply chain as far as sensors and smart devices, the battery issues that we would all want to do, the drone and satellite tech, your smart meters, we're already doing that, grid, and as well as utilities and renewables. And we've been signing cooperation agreements, but now we've been saying that we want to actually now benchmark, to really go at a big scale. This will be in collaboration with DSI, TIA, as well as within these the trade and industry ITech. And also now we're going to then go into the mining sector. So we'll bring the DMRE, we'll bring small business on board to really exploit this. But I want to maybe underscore that the discussions are still at infancy stages, but the intent is for us then to really come back and then say what smart device manufacturing chain, supply chain can we possibly then produce as a country. Mindful of the fact that in some of them, we are coming obviously at the back end, and obviously there is competition, but we really want to take advantage of two things. One is the procurement bill that talks about the local content aspect of it, but also the same with then the African Continental Free Trade, where then the rules of origins then talk about local content and obviously originating from the continent. So we really do see great opportunities, and that's what we've also been talking to the international investors to then say, consider South Africa as then the destination hub for setting up of these manufacturing plants. And then the same with the deliverable under there's, as I said, this is a quick one from a delivery perspective, growing your transport and logistics to support and grow our e-commerce. We did a study some years back with OECD to then say South Africa, we were only trending around 27%, and there's a great opportunity for us then to move to even 70% in terms of the e-commerce drive as well. And then last, Chair, sorry if I might now move to under the challenges and proposed solutions as I then conclude. Sorry, Zayton, if you could just move up. I've already spoken on this. These are the deliverables, and move the next slide on challenges and proposed solutions. I think one of the issues, Chair, you would then see we've been trying to, and that's our organizational structure is now at least try to simplify this. The reporting duplications, both within the department as well as across government. The issues with regards to some of the industry stakeholders, some of the information they considered being competitive. So it's been very difficult to get some of the information, but at least we've now partnered with associations, and they've really come to the party to then consolidate the information for us. And then the reluctance, as I said, by some of the multinationals, we've been engaging DTIC to be very strong on this element with regards to the equity equivalent, to really make sure that the programs are impactful. They really contribute to our digital economy program and the master plan targets, and not just, as you said, training or skilling up for the sake of skilling, but we are able to really see the traction and move. And then the last is then the capacity coordination, monitoring and reporting. I really wish that, and even in the new structure, because of the resource constraints, we are really limited in as far as the number of officials can really work on this. And we are hoping that we are able then to build on the partnerships, but maybe in our next round, when we then make a request to National Treasury for funds, we will then be able to get additional resources to assist us with this work. Just as a last slide to quickly highlight that the minister has now established an executive oversight committee to really monitor the work of the Digital Economy Masterplan. As you indicated, Chair, that you understand it to then be one of the apex programs that we're trying to drive as a country. And the composition thereof is really looking at board leaders as well as industry players in their various aspects to really make a diverse inclusion on the work that we're doing. And the work will then be commencing from in terms of the oversight committee in the new financial year, which is just days away. Thank you, and I do apologize if I took longer. I just hope it was insightful. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, DG. Yes, very insightful and I think very timely as well, because it gives us a sense of where it is that you seek to go and where you are. Can I ask that the DG shares with us that latest presentation, because the ones that we have don't seem to be quite the same as what was presented. So could we just request a copy of what has been presented? So, honorable members, that is the presentation then of the department in terms of how they're seeking to drive the digital transformation of the South African economy, looking at the PC4IR as well as the Digital Economy Masterplan. Can I then ask that we engage the presentation as delivered by the DG? DG, sorry, just a quick one. On the 4IR, recommendation number 8 on strategy implementation and the coordinating council, I think it's called. I think you may have missed that. Did you report on that?
Thank you, Chair. Let me just quickly check. Got so many. Your 4IR Strategy Implementation and Coordination Council. No, I didn't. So, Chair, this coordination council was then muted later on when we presented the document to Cabinet. I should have reported on that. Then they opted for the work to be coordinated across government. Thank you.
Right. Colleagues, that is the report. Can I have hands for engagement? I know you have lots of questions because you've been asking, where's the strategy? Where is the strategy? Okay, maybe let me start. Okay, Honorable Vilakazi and Subrathi just saved me. Honorable Vilakazi, Honorable Subrathi, then followed by Honorable Bodlani. Honorable Vilakazi, you may go first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Let me just sort myself out here. The reason I was not quick off the starting blocks with the questions is because I really don't have that many. But I feel a bit overwhelmed, Chair. It's a brilliant presentation, and it's all these lovely things that are stated on the document. But it's difficult to see anything happening on the ground. It's difficult to feel like we really have our finger on the pulse of this digital transformation that we speak of. And I know that we had a presentation not so long ago where NEMISA and the higher education CETA were talking about AI and robotics programs happening. I think it was at institutions of higher learning. So there's a lot going on, it seems. And by the way, for me, I was pleased with the emphasis that the DG made on spreading the development to the far corners of the country. I think that's a good thing. But I was reading a report recently that spoke of the discrepancy between what's on the PC4IR Commission report specifically and the situation on the ground. There just seems to be a deep chasm between the two. So maybe my question for the DG, the first question would be, how does the situation on the ground compare with the recommendations of the report? And one of the criticisms of on that article was that there are things happening, but they're not necessarily addressing or aligned with what that report says. The other thing to ask here is, where is our Silicon Valley? I know that we've spoken about that. I'm not sure whether it exists yet, whether we are still building it. But where would you point someone that asks you, where's South Africa's Silicon Valley, where all the latest cutting-edge technology developments are taking place? And also, where is our smart city? Where are we with the concept of the smart city? And DG, don't let the chair, get her way with this, because otherwise we'll take it to the Eastern Cape somewhere. I know she has these dreams of seeing a smart city there, but is that where the department has its own plans? Where are we with the
Port
smart
St. John's is the name we are looking for. Port St. John's.
Exactly. Okay, let me stop there, Chair, and hopefully I'll get more encouraged. Oh, in fact, I was going to say, I found the report quite detailed at the presentation. I'm looking forward to reading it, and then maybe I can ask some intelligent questions. But thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Vilakazi. Honorable Subrathi.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let us welcome the presentations. And let's begin with the 4IR presentation. Chairperson, the 4IR presentation addresses a shortage of digital skills and the outsourcing of digital jobs. Now, the digital skills strategy, which is under review, raises questions about how it accounts for broader integration and inclusion. There is still a lack, Chairperson, of digital skills training programs, especially in rural communities. So my question would be, how does the redesign of digital skills strategy consider the digital skills training program to ensure that no one is left behind during the training and the capacity building? And the second question would be, what measures is the department taking to ensure that our TVET colleges and the 4IR centers effectively equip our students with skills aligned with industry demands? And this is crucial, alignment of skills with the industry demands. Now, Chairperson, the regulation of AI remains a concern for this portfolio committee. Initiatives such as the AI hubs at the UJ and TUT are commendable and welcomed, and I believe they will not only make us a regional leader, but also a prominent global player. However, Chairperson, my question would be, what regulations govern the operations of AI systems in place? And how is the department ensuring advancement in this field without causing a regulatory crisis? Because the policy is still in draft. Regarding the establishment of data centers, Chairperson, and with South Africa data center investments expected to grow significantly, my question would be, how is the department addressing data sovereignty, particularly considering the value of data is increasing and is become central to national interest security? Chairperson, let me also welcome the Digital Economy Masterplan. With regards to that, the Digital Economy Masterplan, Chairperson, is pivotal in building a capable, ethical, and developmental state. It promises to generate jobs in the sector. Now, collaborating with partners like NIMISA, the department is dedicated to skills development and capacity building. Honorable Chair, I would like to know how many individuals who participated in these training programs successfully secure employment with the skills that they have acquired. Chairperson, let me welcome this presentation, and like Comrade Honorable Vilakazi, I also look forward to doing a deep dive into both presentations, and particularly the first presentation where I didn't have the opportunity to engage with the presentation in detail. Thank you so much, Chairperson, for this opportunity.
Thank you, Honorable Subrathi. Honorable Bojani.
Chair, I'm going to try to not sound as deflated as Honorable Vilakazi was. It really was a lot of information to absorb, and it's going to really require us as a portfolio committee to really have continuous and ongoing engagements on everything that was presented here today. So perhaps we start by just asking the basic questions, and we will go back to reading some more and come back with more intelligent questions. But from what I am taking away from the presentation is that it took South Africa years to catch up with 4IR developments. And now we are talking about artificial intelligence. The danger that we saw with 4IR was that it was really used for political platitudes. Half the people that were going on about 4IR knew very little about it. Where are we can we confidently say we are ready to move to the next generation? Because now, also with artificial intelligence, we are not necessarily pioneers. If we are not really speaking about how we are the pioneers of whatever we are developing as a country. We need to speak more about what South Africa is doing to add to the knowledge base of artificial intelligence. I would love to hear more of that. Chair, I'm really excited to hear the DG speaking at length about consolidation and monitoring of processes, starting with SA Connect and the work that the stakeholders are doing. What we have found, even when we went to the oversights, our very first oversight, was that things are happening, but it is not felt by the people because you end up with one place having multiple benefits from multiple stakeholders. So coordination seems to be the one thing that is going to assist this sector, the department, to be seen to be doing something, that the work that they do is felt by every South African in every corner of the country. So I noted the page where there is a presentation, in the presentation, I do beg your pardon, where there was a dashboard. What I could not understand was that the dashboard that was presented here today, considering that the department on its own is already struggling to monitor the work of the entities, how are they going to strengthen that capacity to ensure that they don't only strengthen the capacity to oversight the entities, but then also bring in stakeholders? That did not quite come out clearly for me. And the dashboard does speak to different pointers, but if you could just add meat to it, there should be an end to where we are talking about duplication of efforts while some areas are falling through the cracks. I think the policy vacuum as it exists now really presents an opportunity for South Africa to really now work on investor-friendly regulations. Because one of the things, even with the presentation that we had this morning from GSMA, is the issue of regulation and the red tape and the difficulty in penetrating markets. And of course, there has to be value for South Africans if we are going to be able to say digital literacy is increasing and benefit is being felt by residents. So I think the policy reform exercise really is a great opportunity. For me, I would have loved to hear more on the work that organizations such as the CSIR do, especially because the DG also spoke to how they do a lot of collaboration with the Department of Higher Education and the Department of Science and Technology. And we should hear more about that so that, again, we do not duplicate effort, so that, again, we understand where the synergy is, so that there's not a sense that everybody's working in silos. Because working in silos means that you continue to reinvest in the same places. I'm repeating myself, but I think bringing in the CSIR, I do believe we should be doing more on research and development. And I don't know what similar organizations are doing that sort of work, so that we then stop talking about it as just political platitudes, but we are then able to produce papers that the work that the research and development does is felt by the men on the street. The issue of the sector creating jobs, ICT to unlock jobs, the figure that I had was almost 65,000 jobs that are possibly can be created by the sector. But I think the DG's figures were slightly higher. How are we doing? Is there a movement in these figures with the investment that the country has made? Are we seeing offshoots of that? Are we closer to reaching that number? Because the one thing that how technology was introduced to us was that technology was going to be taking away jobs. How are we doing in creating new jobs based on the investment that we have made in the technology? And are we able to then measure that with the contribution to the GDP and to the tax base? I did not hear that, because what I'm also hearing, and even came up yesterday, is that there's a sense that the National Treasury, the DPSA, for example, do not necessarily understand the mandate of this department, do not necessarily understand the responsibility that this department has as a service delivery department. Hence, you have the DG reporting that the PMO office is not capacitated, which then speaks to their ability to produce great results that they can be proud of. And if the DPSA is going to then block efforts by the department to empower that office, then what more needs to be done to ensure that the DPSA understands your work, the National Treasury understands the allocations that you are speaking to, the National Treasury can touch and feel the work that you do, so that when you go back to negotiate for funds or rollover or whatever the case, the National Treasury is able to then be amenable to your request. What we also had when we went to the Centec Towers chairperson was the Centec chairperson telling us that they are receiving new graduates who have just recently graduated from institutions in South Africa. But the problem is that these graduates are coming in with the latest learnings, but we are then putting them in jobs with old analog technologies. So I don't know, how do we bridge that without holding our new graduates back? And DG also spoke to how we are interacting with academia in terms of the development of courses and curriculum that will empower our graduates to be able to be job ready. But if you are going to be bringing in graduates, but then you put them in jobs that uses technology that is outdated, it is becoming redundant. How do we bridge that gap? And I think that's as far as I can go now. There's noise outside my house. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Botlani, honorable members. DG, I suspect that the sentiment is the same, that there's a lot of work seemingly being done. And for that, we want to applaud the department. But the extent to which it's being felt on the ground, does the work being done translate into the lived reality of the people en masse? And I will raise en masse because I'm sure you're tired of us always hearing saying the people are not happy, the people are this, the people are that. But the reality is that the problems that confront this country do require these interventions. And are we then seeing the fruits of that? So my first question is around how is the department using technology to deliver on this mandate? You spoke, for example, about a dashboard. Is this a dashboard that if we did an oversight visit to DCDT, you would able to pull out a screen, your iPad, and take us through almost in real time what you are implementing? How are you using technology for implementation, for monitoring, for reporting? And then secondly, would it not make sense that you would then have a citizen-facing application as a Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, where citizens are able to go into this thing and say, oh yes, we're trying to create a digitally connected society. The app is called Digital South Africa. I go in there. There are the 8 recommendations or the enablers or the big bets, whatever you want to call them. I'm interested in benefiting from investing in human capital. I go into this thing, this app. I see, am I a person not in school, education, training, whatever that acronym is? These are the opportunities that exist for me. If I want to be a cell phone repairer, I want to be a software deployer, a developer, blah, blah, blah. And then I click, and this is where I can apply in my region. This is when the times will be open for this and this and this. Similarly, I am a startup. I'm looking for incubation. I'm looking for this. Here is it where I know is the first point of call for both citizens as well as industry. Industry can even upload their initiatives so we can see this thing. Because I'm worried that if it's running on spreadsheets, I pray not, To what extent are we using the very same technologies that we're talking about to make sure that people like myself, Honorable Vilakazi, Honorable Botlani, we're not overwhelmed when you throw information, but we can't even get out of this meeting and say to people, we are members of parliament that you have elected us, and we want you to participate in the economy. Yes, you are going to get broadband. This is government's plan. A CETA has been given the Eastern Cape, Port St. John's to connect, right? CETA has been given Port St. John's. These are the areas where the hotspots are going to be put. These are the schools that are going to be covered by these timeframes. And therefore, you must know that concurrently with that, NEMISA will be delivering this program. Are you able to give us information at that level at DG? Because if you can, and not just to us, but to South Africa as a whole, that begins to move the needle on the fact that people have to sit and pray, that one day they're going to be remembered, one day maybe things will come after them, but that government's plan is very clear, it's very accurate, and it's very deliberate, and people know how to participate. It seems very random. It seems that the opportunities, you don't know when they may come, you know. So without belaboring the point, I think you get what I'm saying, that what role is technology playing? What are you going to do? And is this thing that I'm asking for impossible in the era of the fourth industrial revolution? And secondly, there was an issue that Honorable Botlani raised around the DPSA. And I just need to get a sense of how far the department is, because normally when we talk about a legislative environment, we normally refer to the industry. But this legislative environment, as far as I understand it, hampers even our own ability to do our work, in your case, your work as government. Have there been moves to engage with DPSA in particular around role clarification and around a possible amendment of the CETA Act? Because as I understand it, the DPSA is still responsible for developing policy around the digitization of government and so forth and so forth. So what are you doing to ensure that the legislative environment in which you operate as government is conducive to the realization of these aspirations? Similarly, I believe that DPSA, for example, continues to believe that they are the custodian of the digitization of government, perhaps because the mind frame or the thinking within government is that ICT is a corporate services function. Hence, then CETA and so forth, while would have been moved to the Department of Communication, is still accountable to the DPSA. But if we considered ICT a strategic function, we would, for example, have a Ministry of ICT, which I don't believe that we are. So have those discussions happened that locate ICT in general as a strategic function of this government? Because if that was the case, I doubt you would have these problems that you have with some of the multinationals who are not licensed by ICASA, who seem to believe that they account more to trade and industry than they do to DCDT. Because in the makeup and the framework, you are just one of the departments that they have to appease. But the likes of your Microsofts, your Huawei, all of them, they seemed to be governed outside of the department. So I would really just like to hear your view on that. On the other issues, I mean, I've got a lot of technical questions, which I don't think I really need to go into, except to check the level of progress in terms of engagement with DBE. You mentioned the departments that you were collaborating with in the investment in human capital, being yourselves, DSI, DHET, and Department of Labor and Employment. But I know it's come up a few times that to achieve the things that you need to achieve around human capital development, you need to start at the basic level education. It is so sad that children in private schools, in certain Model C schools, they roll your eyes when you talk about robotics and coding because they've been doing that. But is that the standard across the public service as a whole? The question on the smart city has already been asked, so I won't go into that, except to say at least a pilot. Is there a pilot project somewhere where we can see all of these things coming to life? I think let me leave the rest of my technical questions. I think in future engagements, we'll be able to talk to these issues. Deputy Minister Gungubele, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will allow the DG and the team, but I just want to make 1 or 2 points. I may at the end make some. Just 1 point for me. I just want to say, one, appreciate the feeling that the presentation is wide and it's about a lot of issues. But I think it's not wrong that we're doing it today, Honorable Chair, because it gives members a chance to look at the report and probably do some oversight like you have done in other programs, and probably be able next time to interrogate the report very clinically. And I have no doubt when you interrogate it very clinically, you will find that there's work that has been done in a number of areas, but also you also use it to pick up what the gaps are. The other point I wanted to make, Chair, is that Honorable Bodlani spoke about the policy vacuum. Maybe I want to argue again, if you read, you will find that there is an area where DG has presented a number of 4 policies, either complete or at advanced stage, and AI being only one at the draft stage. And of course, is that enough? Not necessarily, but there's quite a significant amount of work that has been done in that regard. Where, again, I'll sound like a scratch record chairperson, where Honorable Bodlani is actually coming with a very, very strong, very point that I really coincide with. I think maybe I've said this with the department, and I'm sure DG might speak about this, that the biggest challenge we have is to design an approach that make the value proposition on how central this department in the modern and the future era. Because if you look at how resources are allocated, you want to conclude that the entire mindset of government has to be changed. Because without this technology across sectors, you are not going anywhere. Without this technology across sectors, you stand a risk of being irrelevant. And if we say we want to pursue competitive and inclusive, you will not make sense of feature in the competitive space if this technology is not at the center, it's not where resources. But I want to accept that. It's a very, very important point, and I think as a department chair, we need to do more work there just to be the salesperson of this technology as it pertains in the modern era. And again, I'm sure DG will respond to the pointed question you are raising on how then do we assess whether we are progressing or not. And lastly, Honorable Bodlani spoke about the oversight. I'm sure myself and the minister, and I think we agree with the DG that the capacity of our oversight in a number of facets needs to be lifted because of the nature of the entities that we oversight and their different focuses. Having said that, I think DG there's a lot of technical things for after such a what's it called, wide and clinical presentation she has made. And then maybe if there's a need for me to come back, DG, do you want to respond?
Thank you very much to the DM, and thank you to the honorable members for the comments and the questions. Let me invite the colleagues on the platform to respond. I'll start with DDG Moto and then invite Lindy C to add and Alf and then Muzito. Safe to say, honorable members, you know, one of the issues, so we talked about the fact that obviously ours is we are a policy department, so we do create the policies, and then the coordination and implementation, the coordination, let me rather say coordination and monitoring of the implementation, I want to underscore, is where we also have challenges because of the capacity constraints. And that's why we've established the collaboration with the stakeholders. One of the biggest hindrance is, as I said, the issue of resource. And I want to put, for example, now we have to drive the digital public infrastructure initiative, which I would like to come back later and inform you about that. But that talks about what we said. You talk about, you know, your digital identity, digital payment systems, digital services online, and the entire coordination of it, ensuring an integrated and interoperable systems at the back end, and many other facets on the DPI. Without a budget, there's been no budget allocation, Chair. The same with when we're given the IC, when we did the ICT, in the digital skills strategy, there was no budget. We did the Digital Economy Masterplan. There's no budget. We've done the 4IR. There was no budget. And that becomes then we almost as if the attitude of maybe our colleagues in national treasuries, they see the sector as being self-reliant. And when you go to the sector's got their own priorities, which you heard from the earlier presentation. We can't close all the gaps. We can't roll out they can't do all the infrastructure layout. They can't do everything. Otherwise, then it means you must deregulate and allow them to do, and then you're basically going to have chaos. So that's biggest challenge that we have, and I think I'm emphasizing on this issue of saying, I think Honorable Bodlani said about the fact that maybe they don't really regard or see the importance of this department, and yet there's so much dependency. There's almost automatic that the country must be connected. The country must be digitized. You must have digitally enabled citizens without a budget. NEMISA, you've heard the presentation. We have to find resources for them. And whilst at the same time, I'm very, very, very compassionately understanding on the fact of the budget fiscus. But that has been the last time we got even now, we got a budget allocation for the SA Connect when we started in 2013-14. And then there was fees must fall. We had to reallocate and readjust. We got an eighth of the budget that was initially supposed to have been given because everything else had to go for other priorities. Again, this time around, we were given the SA Connect budget for 3 billion, and then they had to take 800 million from it because there were budget pressures and we have to cut. That's just the illustration of some of the frustrations that we have with this. But notwithstanding that, as I said, that's why we always end up really supporting and putting emphasis on appreciation of the role of the sector, industry players. SMMEs will come to the party to then say, we'll do our bit about it. But that's the challenge. Let me ask the DDG and the colleagues just to respond on some of these issues in their respective areas, and then I'll come back at the end. Thank you. DDG Moto. Please
Good
mute.
afternoon
Unmute.
and
Thanks.
good afternoon and thank you for the opportunity. I think in terms of capacity, DG has said a lot, and I need to highlight that we have created a more mutually constructive relationship with our sector stakeholders, and they have been able to assist in many areas, but we cannot keep on going back to them because you also don't want to create an image or an impression of capture, because these are the companies that you are regulating. But they have been helpful, especially in the development of the Digital Economy Masterplan. They have been helpful in that regard. And there are other areas that also we have been able to leverage on the help of the industry. But like I'm saying, we can't continue doing it to the extent that we might be perceived to be biased towards the industry. But there was in terms of digital skills, I remember Honorable Bodlani talked about the need to focus on digital skills at basic education level. Indeed, these are part of the engagements we have had with the Department of Education. Remember, almost every policy we have developed has had emphasis on skills. Whether you're talking about the e-government strategy, you talk even the AI policy that we are developing, you find that the element of it will be talking about skills. The data and cloud policy has also talked about skills. This actually emphasized the importance of having skills, but in the digital, in the data and cloud policy, we emphasize the issue of having the digital skills spread out through the education ecosystem. And we have engaged with the Department of Education in that regard, where they have actually sent us a roadmap as defined in their strategic plan to say these are the things that they will be doing to make sure that they start introducing syllabi that address digital skills. So we have been in engagement with that. But I think that the question, because it keeps on coming, and it will be important to at least put members at rest, and obviously there might be more questions that need to be asked, is the issue of data sovereignty. How do we guarantee our data sovereignty in an environment where we are using data centers that are obviously owned by multinationals? Most of them are not located in South Africa, but are investors. Obviously, data sovereignty refers to different elements that relate to data. For instance, it refers to where do you store the data. Secondly, it refers to the skills regime that you put in place to make sure that you have adequate skills for South Africans to be able to innovate on digital products and services that we can trade with the entire world. It also relates to the policies and legislation that you have to safeguard your data. So in the data and cloud policy, we are very clear to say there are legislative provisions in terms of, for instance, POPIA that talks clearly about data protection and cross-border data flows, the requirements to ensure that it happens. But we're saying in terms of government, we need to say there is that specific data that needs to be stored within the borders of South Africa. Then how do you do that when you are using data centers owned by, say, Microsoft or AWS? Data centers make provision for the users to be able to control their data. It's almost like when you get a building facility and you say, I want to accommodate my staff here with all my assets, whether it be servers and computers. They are able to give you that provision where you have complete control of the data stored within the data center. So the reality of it is that you cannot take all government data and store it in such a data center. You really need to say this is data that should not be shared with any other external stakeholders. So when you acquire the data center, you make it clearly that that's where they talk about private cloud. That is where you have complete control. The data center provider gives you the facility, and then everything else you do, but you still have to require the technologies that you need to use to process your data. And that again comes the multinational companies, but they are providing services that we can have total control over. And I see Dr. Happy Sithole is also here. Maybe he might further elaborate on that. So that's why you have many of our companies, they tell you, CETA has got its own data centers, Centec has got its own data. But when you check, you find that we are using what they call core location facilities. Those are facilities where they give you the facility and then you have total control of what to store there and to make sure that it is accessible to yourselves. But I need to also talk about the importance of data protection legislation to make sure that you have total control of your data. That's why I was referring to POPIA. But we also have what is currently underway, that is the cybersecurity bill. The cybersecurity bill is intended to establish institutional mechanisms that helps us to not only survey our cyber environment, but to also be able to put in the required risk frameworks to make sure that our data is secure. That means you are also scanning the global environment to identify any potential risks to our national data. So this is one of them. But the other one that we seldom overlook about data sovereignty is research and development. Research and development by its nature enables a country to be able to identify its capacity, its digital capacity, that gets identified to ensure that the country is able to identify feasible, digitally tradable products and services that it can specialize in and be able to trade with the entire world. So a country to establish its data sovereignty, it also needs to invest more in research and development. And there are defined formulas in terms of how much funding you need to do to be able to make your economy competitive. I'm sure that also Dr. Sithole can talk to, because the Department of Science and Technology regularly presents to clusters to say, this is how far South Africa is investing. But for the sake of data sovereignty, you need to be able to leverage your own data to be able to develop those products and services that you can say, these are unique to South Africa and these are what we can trade with the entire world. The other aspect of data sovereignty relates to obviously infrastructure development. As I have indicated, right now we rely on data centers that are mainly belonging to companies fully outside the country. Can we build our own data centers? This is a question that is often asked. The reality of the situation is that even countries like China that have all the capacity to build their own data centers, they started leasing data centers belonging to companies like Microsoft. Why was that so? It is because the main process of running a data center functions 24 hours a day. And in there, you need to have virtualization machines. But the important aspect of it is the amount of water and electricity it uses. As you know, in South Africa, we've got challenges with issues of water and electricity. So you don't want a data center that when we have load shedding is going to stop. You don't want a data center where we have water challenges is going to stop functioning, because a data center has got standards that it needs to adhere to. And those standards talk to the turnaround times. If you have problems, it has to be solved. Sometimes you'll find that they're talking about almost 5 seconds. Owing to our challenges in this area, are we capable of doing that? Year before last, we engaged with the owners of the Africa data centers to understand the implications of our policy, to say, what would it take to run a data center? And you are saying, on a daily basis, one data center would take the capacity of 800 households, the electricity capacity of 800 households. So that itself, it doesn't say we should not build our own data centers, but it says it should be an evolutionary process until we find ourselves in a space where we can be able. China did that. They have started, I think they started last year, where they appointed Huawei to build government's data centers. But it was after several years of using data centers that are provided by multinationals. So the issue of data sovereignty vis-a-vis data centers simply means when you procure the services of a data center, you need to be able to clearly define your requirements. You need to clearly define the parameters. You need to be able to also define access requirements and which data you need to share with other stakeholders, because data sharing is it needs to happen. It is only your definition about which data should not be shared with anyone. But we operate in a global community. There might be areas where you identify the need for cooperation, where we can then start sharing data. The data and cloud policy is very definitive about that, to say we are going to identify areas within which we can share data. But even if we identify those areas, the sharing of data should be defined by our own national interest. And most importantly, it should abide by our own domestic policies. So those are the areas around which you define data sovereignty. So you need, okay, the final one relates to the citizen awareness about the protection of their data. Because we talk about POPIA, we talk about a cybersecurity policy framework. What does it mean to an ordinary citizen? So we emphasize that when on a regular basis, you're going to enter into a hire purchase agreement. You can imagine how much data you give in terms of your tracking device, how much data you give. But awareness that we are talking about is that when a citizen is required to provide their data by any other, whether it is where they are transacting or whether they are registering for something.
Alfred,
okay.
You've repeated.
When I talk about,
I understand the question. You've repeated that a lot. I think.
Okay, sorry, DM. I apologize. I know I can go on forever.
I understand.
But I thought I needed to emphasize this because it has been asked several times to say, if you talk about data sovereignty, focus on it is covered by digital skills that you do. It is covered by research and development. It is covered by strengthening your local domestic data protection policies. So you need to emphasize those. That would give you the power to ensure your data sovereignty. Sorry, Honorable Butland. In terms of collaboration with the CSIR, as DG has indicated, there are issues of capacity. But we with the new structure, we're confident that we'll develop coordination capacity that makes sure, because what was presented there is not adequately what is happening out there. So therefore, once we have that capacity, we can be able to draw all that data, not only from government, but also from industry, where you see a holistic picture of the impact of the Digital Economy Master Plan. In terms of jobs created by the sector, again, when we engaged with the sector in terms of the Digital Economy Master Plan, that's where they talked about transparency issues and obviously commercial information that says we need to gazette the Digital Economy Master Plan so that they can take it through their board governance structures to say, we are part of this agreement. We like to be able to provide this information on a consistent basis. So the information that we provided as part of the reporting is a portion of what is happening. Once we are able to create the structures that DG referred to, the Executive Oversight Committee, then we have a formal relationship with the sector that can help them to start providing all this information. Let me stop there, and then maybe others will answer the ones I didn't address. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, DTG. We stand ready, honorable members, for further engagements, and maybe you should also set another full day like you did yesterday, Chair. Can I invite Lungiso or Alf if you have any additional input, as well as Nozipo? I think Nozipo, the key issue with regards to the issues of skills and what programs we're doing with both TVET as well as basic education, just to make sure that these things at elementary stages.
Thank you, DG. Okay, thank you, DG and Deputy Minister and the honorable members. I am going to first talk about the question that was around the digital
Sorry,
skills review.
you have a horrible echo. Would you happen to know why you don't have another device open? There's a bad echo.
No. Really? No.
Okay, maybe let's proceed and see how it goes.
And please introduce yourself. My apologies, I didn't do that.
I was trying to just mute myself, and I don't know if it's better now, DG.
You can proceed, ma'am.
Okay. Well, DG, my name is Nosipo from the department. I am responsible for ICT coordination, and within that Chief Directorate, we look into the issues of the implementation of digital official skills program and strategy. So I was saying I'm going to talk to the digital skills strategy review process at DG, where there was a question of how are we going to make sure that no one is left behind? And I think there were a number of things that were raised around the issues of training people for the sake of training them and then find them not having employment opportunities. So what we are currently working on now, firstly, is to do the impact assessment of the strategy. So that process is underway in terms of its internal processes to make sure that the time we rewrite the strategy or we write the strategy again, that we have understood the impact that it has had in the ecosystem, but make sure that we address some of the gaps that probably the current strategy has. And one of the critical areas that we are implementing is to make sure that we use what we call career pathways oriented training, where we do not want to have training conducted without having identified what are the career pathways that training is going to lead into. So there is that approach that is looking at career pathway in terms of our training approach. We're also working with the Department of Higher Education and Training, as it has been indicated by the G, where we are looking into the TVETs, building the capacity of the TVET colleges, starting at looking at their digital readiness. We have conducted a digital readiness assessment of the colleges working with DHEAD, and then thereafter we did capacity building in terms of the TVET colleges capacity, especially as it relates to the colleges, lecturers, as well as the management, in addition to the different technical and technological interventions that have been conducted. We also, as it relates to the question was asked around the DBE, which Mr. Moto did respond to, but we also would like to also emphasize that DBE is the member of the Digital Skills Forum that was mentioned by the chairperson earlier on, and they are leading, as you would recall, when we presented last time, the elements of the strategy. There is a specific element that is looking at foundations, digital foundations, where we are intentional to say there are a number of interventions that DBE needs to lead to make sure that we have issues of digital skilling, mainstreamed from as early as grade 1, and it is a fact that many or a number of schools within the public sector, they have not yet been able to be included in that digital skills development, wherein we include robotics and coding in all the schools. However, what we have done, we have because we are in continuous engagement with the digital, the DBE, to make sure that what is articulated in the strategy also forms part of the roadmap which Mr. Moto had spoken about. And then I think lastly, just to mention another question that was asked around, inclusion of the sector as well as the MNOs, for example, in making sure that when we do digital skills within the business, as part of the business development, they are also included. To answer the question that was asked, are the MNOs involved in the coordination? Yes, they are. We do have your MTN, your Vodacoms, CELC as members of the Digital Skills Forum that is led by the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. DG, I am going to, rather DG, sorry, DG, I'm going to stop there in the interest of time. I don't know if there is any other matter that you would want me to address. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let me still checking with Alf or Lungisi if there's anything additional you'd like to add. Please, Alf. Mr. Wolf.
Thank you, Honourable Chairperson and Honourable Members, DM. Perhaps to share some thoughts on the reference to the policy vacuum. And perhaps we've heard about outdatedness of laws. It's an interesting shift we are undergoing as a traditional telecoms department. You'll compare, for example, if you compare, for example, India would still have a Department of Telecommunications with that traditional mandate, but then it would have a new department, a Ministry of Electronics and IT, that typically then deals with, call this the new mandate, the digital economy, digital transformation matters. And in a way, our department now have both and need to really balance the old and the new. On the one hand, you have all these traditional laws, and both on postal, broadcasting, and telecoms, and an element of e-commerce, and those are still necessary, may I add. So there's this argument that those are outdated and perhaps not required, but they're still required. You still need to deal with facilities leasing, with wholesale rate regulation, with competition matters. So what is required in respect of, call it the traditional laws, is that they be updated regularly, and even smaller updates may be required over time, but frequently. Then at the same time, we are moving into the new environment, and typically all the policy areas we've heard of today, and slowly I think we are busy with a policy build up in the digital economy area and mandate. So here we've seen the digital future skills strategy, the data and cloud policy, the 4IR, the Digital Economy Masterplan. All of these, if not policies or strategies within themselves, are underlined by policy positions in respect of various matters. So that body of policy in the new environment is slowly building up. What's perhaps missing is the laws that create that clear mandate in those areas, and that is something we are well aware of and are working on. At the same time, some of these new frameworks require attention. It's the OTTs and the platform regulation and so on. And here again, the policy build up in policies like the proposed audio and audiovisual white paper then starts creating the policy environment for that will lead to then legislation that gives effect to and creates that enabling legislative environment. I think where we currently are is a prioritization exercise, because you have various urgent matters that must be dealt with. The chair spoke of the use of reforms, and we'll hopefully bring it in the form of a digital development fund proposal. There are required structural changes to the environment in the interest of cost reduction and improved competition. There's the whole fair share debate that must be focused on. There's the matter of regulator of the future that we've heard in the GSMA presentation. The G5 regulation that's based on, not 5G, G5, that's based on collaborative regulatory models because of the various regulators and the convergence of the environments. So there are all these things. So do you focus on any one or more of those, or do you go straight over and see what really is a law for digital economy and digital transformation and just focus on that? So these are complex matters, and because of resources, you probably, and we probably can't do all of it, but we need to determine and prioritize what is it that's critical now and first and second, also noting the MTDP. And from my understanding, that's where we are now. And based on the one hand, some of these modern policies that are slowly coming in, but at the same time, then gearing for a prioritization and required legislation for that purpose. We, in this context, will also be supported by a policy advisory council that will also bring in a broader perspective and stakeholders into this prioritization. That's my small contribution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Chair and members, I think we have responded on the questions. If there's anything else, maybe we have. I think there was also the issue with regards to, maybe that also links to Honorable Bodlani as well, about the old obsolete, outdated technologies as we do that. Yes, we face that big challenge. Chair, your question about a dashboard. We've just procured a dashboard. Oh, there's Mlungisi, he'll come in as well. We've just procured a dashboard, Chair. It's not yet. Mlungisi is going to tell you how difficult the challenge has been in terms of consolidating this. The dashboard was delayed. I do not want to talk about the delays of ICT procurement today. Please spare me, honorable members. But we finally do have something. It's now in the process of us putting up the information on the system itself for us to utilize as from the 1st of April. And we also need to share this dashboard with our principals as well. Let me invite Mlungisi as our last speaker. I would like to then hand back to the DM. Thank you.
Thank you, DG, and honorable members. Good afternoon. I think DG touched on the point that I wanted to touch on, that the current dashboard that we do have, we've managed to onboard projects that are taking place and are currently active across the digital economy. One of the challenges, as indicated earlier, is with regards to budget availability. But one of the ways that we are trying to maneuver around that is through private sector partnerships and industry association support. We've received a great support. I think we wouldn't have been, especially with the Digital Economy Masterplan where we are at the moment, if it was not for private industry association support, financially and non-financially, so to enable us to do the work that we are doing. I think once the dashboard is live, it will enable us to be even more efficient in monitoring the progress and the impact that the digital economy is having economy-wide, because it will be live, as the chairperson had indicated. That is what they would like to see, and what DG has said is that is what is currently in progress, and we are also being supported by industry in making sure that we have that in place. Maybe just one last point. Given that the number of projects and the number of enablers, about 4 enablers that we want to monitor and realize impact on, I think the establishment of the Executive Oversight Committee will really assist us through its working groups to make sure that, we are up to speed, both in terms of policy, but in terms of economic activities, that we can make sure that we are able to monitor, that we can make sure that we are aligned, because there are issues that are happening industry-wide. For instance, in the automotive sector, the issue of robotic manufacturing is quite advanced and has been happening for years. But how does that get integrated into the economy. I think those different work streams will assist us to integrate all that work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to, Chair, with your permission, hand back to the DM. Thank you.
Thank you, DG. If you so, let me say one or two things, and then you take over, Chair. I just want to make this point that I think this item today has actually emphasized why the alertness of this committee should not be viewed in a negative way, but as new partnership in the course of digital transformation, especially looking at the questions that have been raised and how the team has responded with passion. I just want to say the following words, Chairperson. You know, digital infrastructure is an infrastructure of all infrastructures. Because why? This infrastructure is critical for cost reduction, for efficiency. You are able to relieve wasted money in other areas and take it to roads. I wish we can, maybe DG should think about this. Just do a quick benchmarking in a country which is our peer. Just do benchmarking with an automated health department of any country and look at the circumstances, how quality goes up and how cost goes down. How then money gets released to other, if we talk about lack of money and we are not prioritizing digital, technology, it means we are submitting permanently to that situation, which will never prevail over. Because when you talk about competitiveness, you're talking about the least cost and high quality. And this technology is key. I wanted to say, Chair, if you look at in our opening remarks, what DG was presenting here, where she says in the opening remarks, South Africa will have a globally competitive, inclusive, and shared economy with a technological capability and production capacity that is driven by people harnessing the 4IR. How do they harness the 4IR? They will not do it without connectivity. They will not do it without skills. They will not do it without access. And again, you will not talk about jumping to AI when you don't have a digital infrastructure, when you don't have data. If you don't have data, you will not talk about technological innovation. In other words, when you say harness the technology, it means schools are connected, households are connected, business is connected, and even now, that intelligence translates in how you control traffic and a number of things. It cannot make sense why this in our country is not a priority. The benefits of a connected country is with regard to prosperity and investment cannot actually be restated. It's a no-brainer as far as I'm concerned. All I'm saying, Chair, this is one matter. I want to thank the committee for having applied its mind. And I think we need to go back to it and make sure that we help our country to change its mindset. That without investing in this technology, the future of the roads is dicey. The future of bridges is dicey. The future of all other infrastructure, because you need more money there to save that money, automate other areas. But lastly, you have spoken about the EPMO. I hope that we'll implement it as quickly as possible. Thanks for the opportunity, Chairperson, and I also want to thank the team for responding in the manner we have. And I hope this partnership on digital transformation will never relent going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable DM. I said right at the beginning, I knew you would enjoy this topic. The passion in your closing remarks says it all. And I really want to thank you. I'm hoping that you were not saying that there's anybody who regards the alertness, as you called it, of this committee in a negative light. And just to confirm that, DM, that it is indeed a partnership. And I hope that When we engage with the ministry and with the department, they realize that all of us are working towards the same goal. Sometimes it sounds like tautology when I say, look at us and you see the people of this country, because we've just been elected to represent them. And the frustrations that we sometimes voice out to you, that is because they are the frustrations of the people of South Africa. And we trust that you'll continue to take it in that spirit, because there must be a day when we come back and all of us say at the end of this 5 years that we can pat ourselves on the back. This partnership, as the DM called it, has worked to the betterment of the lives of the people of South Africa. I also want to thank you. I think some of the members did say this in their inputs, that we truly appreciate the fact that you seem to be listening to some of the issues that we have been harping on. We truly appreciate what we are seeing as a concerted effort to ensure coordination and collaboration, not just within government, but across all of society. You're taking an all of society approach, and that is what we truly need to commend you on, and we hope that you are going to do more, so that it doesn't matter whether we speak to you, whether we speak to the Department of Higher Education or Science and Technology. All of you are singing from the same hymn sheet, and we can then take that to your civil society partners, your public sector, private sector partners, and we still find the same alignment to a single goal, which, as the DM has indicated, is a digitally empowered society. Just on the responses, and thank you very much to all the colleagues who responded there. There are issues that I think do need further interrogation. We may not do it today. One of this is this mindset shift that the DM was talking about, and how we truly, locate the ministry, the department, as well as the entire concept of digital economy at the heart of government. The issues that were raised around Honorable Subrathi around digital sovereignty, and the lengthy responses that we received from Mr. Moto, which I think they do require further engagement. But having said all of that, colleagues, we truly appreciate your time. I think it was a very important discussion. I think it was a very necessary discussion. Perhaps we can then start coming together in terms of our common appreciation and understanding of where we are trying to go. I do believe that the PC4IR, as well as the Digital Economy Masterplan, perhaps read together with the National ICT Policy and all the other policies like the AI policy, will begin to crystallize, a strategy that any of us can set up and own. DG, can you please look at the issue of communications within your department? And I don't mean this in a broad sense of, media advisories and things like that. But the work that you're doing is so critical that unless people know how to firstly access it, and then secondly, to be able to meaningfully participate, none of these things are going to make a difference. If people don't know, how to get the training, if people don't know where the hotspots are, if people don't, if startups, and I want us to have that discussion one day about the whole startup ecosystem, because that is where you're also going to drive innovation, ensure that you get a lot more people in the economy. With no other item then on the agenda, I think it would be fair to say that we have come to the end of our meeting. For me to wish you a good afternoon further, apologize that we've taken time more than what we needed to take. Thank you, DM, and I therefore declare the meeting closed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.